And we're live. Missing an intro video, but the audio won't play on it for some whatever reason. So you just get us straight to the point, straight to the show until I can either figure it out or we don't. We just start doing this from now on. So how's everybody doing? How you doing, Breaking? It's weird, huh?
Oh, we are doing. It is a Wednesday, hump day, middle of the week, hopefully on the downhill slide, even after a long weekend, short week.
It is strange after not having that intro video though. It's like, hey, we're here.
I was like, hang on a second, I wasn't even dressed yet.
Uh, well, it is a rainy day here in Middle Tennessee, so
Oh, we got nothing but sunshine.
I don't want to hear it. When it was sunshine, it was raining in Illinois, so backwards weather.
Well, you know,
I feel it though. But so, how's everybody doing? How is everybody doing?
well, we
Breaking said he went over.
got a few
Sorry, go ahead.
people out there. Miss Marlene, Stewart, John Jordan.
They probably think they got a couple minutes to get in here, and they're like, "Hold up,
Yeah, where's our 16-minute intro here?
yeah, no, right? It just is what it is. It
Gotta
is
get
what
a
it is."
coffee, hit the head.
Yeah, it is what it is. Um,
Need rain in Florida desperately, well, I'd be happy to send you some. We've had plenty here throughout the month of May, that's for sure. Plants are growing, grass is growing, tired of mowing, save some gas.
that's right. Well, my dad is mowing everybody's yard. If you need your yard mowed, he is the man trying to mow it for you. But it keeps him busy, and that makes me happy. So I'm not complaining. Breaking said, I was trying to say, Breaking said he went over this in his show. Just he did a show, I guess, about an hour before, right now, before we went live. Um, but it was the first time I saw it. Maria sent it to me, and so I'm just gonna like flash it up here really, really quick.
Oh,
Make
you're
sure
going
you
to
guys
flash
have
us.
seen.
Better be careful of that.
Oh, good Lord.
Come on now,
Um,
this is a children's program.
y'all see what I got to deal with? I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do a whole show. I think on relationships and stuff and the crap I have seen, some of the stuff I have heard, and both sides. I think got some work to do, but you just made me think about that, Senator. Okay, so
Oh.
here we go. I'm gonna share this really quick. Again,
Hey,
Breaking said
look,
he
shiny
went over it.
object.
What are you talking about? Have you had no sleep? I know I
No,
haven't. Okay,
no, I think
so
you get easily distracted.
no, I'm just trying to change the subject. See, that's one of the things I need to talk about. Social cues, dude. Anyway, so okay, this came out. Thanks, Maria. Um, so this is from Sherry Markson. I literally just saw this, and if Braken said he went over it, I'm going to assume BuzzFeed for you. Hopefully, that's this. This is what that is. This says scientist Christian Anderson told Fauci SARS-CoV-2 has unusual features that potentially looked engineered. Oh, by the way, we can now talk about the virus coming from a lab, even though we've been saying this shit for a year
Mm-hmm.
and a half and got banned and demonetized and ridiculed and laughed at on Twitter. And now it's all like, oh, you can talk about it now. A year and a
Oh,
half later, we're giving them plenty of time to destroy their evidence.
yeah, so YouTube and company will expect apologies and will expect some reparations,
No shit. I just would like to
monetary
be monetized
reparations.
again. Can you just monetize my damn channel again?
Yeah,
I
where's
appealed that. I appealed that back March 23rd. In the email, they said it could take up to a month. I appealed March 23rd. Okay, so not long after this month, the scientists authored a piece insisting the virus was natural, and Fauci said the same publicly. This is a massive cover up. So this is something else. She said this is from February 1st, Saturday, February 1st of 2020 from Fauci. And he just thanks in her talk soon on the call. So that just tells you there's supposed to be a call. But she's just basically saying, thanks for sharing. I saw this earlier today. Both Eddie and myself were actually quoted in it. It's a great article, but the problem is so that means that he sent an article, shared something with them that they're in. It's a great article, but the problem is that our phylogenetic analysis aren't able to answer whether the sequences are unusual at individual residues, except if they are completely off. On a pathogenic tree, the virus looks totally normal, and the close clustering with bats suggests the bats serve as the reservoir. What does that say? Close clustering with bats suggests the bats serve as a reservoir. Reservoir holds stuff. The unusual features of the virus makes up a really small part of the genome, so one has to look really closely at the sequences to see that some of the features potentially look engineered.
Yeah, that was a highlighted portion of that paragraph in another article.
Yeah, so I mean, bottom line is they're questioning it. They know that they're questioning. We have a good team lined up, very critical, to look very critically at this. So we should know much more at the end of the weekend. Let me say the date again, January 31st, 2020. We should know more at the end of the weekend. I should mention that after discussion earlier today, Eddie, Bob, Mike, and myself all find the genome inconsistent with expectations from evolutionary theory. Inconsistent that it came from a damn animal. But we have to look at this much closer. There's still further analysis, although so all this is just opinion. This opinion can still change. Blah blah blah. So I see this thing too. That's put below it, and this is fit for iPhone, which is a little suspicious to me when you send stuff from your iPhone to the NIH, but whatever. It says from Adam Gartner. And then it says, hello, HFA, this is how it was created. And you can see here for yourself, it's a lot of introvert fusion, HIV, which, what Fauci was over in the late 80s. The HIV research has his hand in thousands of AIDS patients dying because he had research back then. You can all look that up if you don't believe me. It should be common knowledge and it's fact. That's why I would put this man babysitting my parakeet, much less put him over the NIH. But it goes on to say for 30 minutes membrane fusion. I mean, this person doesn't act like it's me trying to explain to you how a virus is formed. This person acts like they know what the hell they're talking about. These cells were spin infected and incubated at 37 degrees for 5-8, almost say hours. So the bottom line is again, this is not a shock to any of us. I don't think it's a shock to you, not a shock to me. Not a shock to any of us. I mean, it is literally like, oh, look, there's 40 dogs running through the street right now. And look, a quarter of a mile down the road, there happens to be the largest dog shelter in the county. But I think those dogs came over here from the neighbor's house. I've never seen a dog in their yard before. Break that down for you. There was never bats sold in that wet market. Wuhan lab was a level 4. They studied coronavirus. But no possible way. But the people that will argue with you on Twitter it's concerning. I think some of them are bots, the China bot farm. If y'all don't know about that, they get paid 50 cents for every reaction they can get. They're there to fuel anger and stoke division and all that other shit. Yeah. I think some of them are that, but if not, if they're real people that actually mean what they say, it's scary. How little they know and how much they'll argue with you that you're the dumbass. There you go. Okay, go ahead, sir.
Well, yeah, a lot of that was what I just covered in the previous hour. So if you missed it, you can go back on my channel. Otherwise, it'll be up probably tomorrow on the old backups. But Zero Hedge was obviously vindicated when they come out with a story late last evening. Matter of fact, Zero Hedge article from last year that was a little bit too ahead of its time was referenced on how to respond between the folks at the NIH and Fauci, and he got looped into the email chain as well as Tedros and that over at the old World Health Organization. And the reason it was problematic, obviously, is because there was just a little too much truth in it for its time. We couldn't immediately discredit the whole operation and debunk the whole theory and that when the narrative in that is still being formed. I mean, after all, folks, we had an election to steal, did we not? I mean, we have to milk this puppy for all it's worth. I mean, we got to go through, masks and debate about that and whether or not there's studies that prove that it works and social distancing so that we can get our surveillance systems up and running. for obviously tracking. Oh, and by the way, we got to get our Great Reset stuff with old Klaus Schwab and the World Economic Forums. They can't let a good old crisis go to waste either. So we got to milk this puppy for all that it's worth. And oh, while we're at it, doggone, let's not forget our friends over at Big Pharma. The GlaxoSmithKlines and the Modernas and AstraZenecas and Pfizer's. I mean, geez, the getting's good. Get right to the trough. I mean, how else do you get the $50 billion industry by 2025? Here it all is laid out. And we can't have some little old ragtag sheet like Zero Hedge and a bunch of these outlets disrupting that. Now, can we? No, of course not. We get this little handy dandy article kind of basically stating as much out of big league politics here. Hopefully this doesn't blow things up here on my side. We'll see. There we go. Revealed. Dr. Fauci plot.
Hang on, you need to repeat a few of the last things you said because we went through a red zone and you just popped back up on air.
All right. Well, let me try that again. Ruh-roh.
One more time. Yeah, try it again because it reset us.
All right. Well, let's try that one more time. I will bring up. Hopefully, you didn't miss the whole diatribe because I'm not even sure I can say that as succinctly as I said it before. Probably too much truth coming through. But bottom line is this. They had a narrative, and that's they had to kick out there. A lot of things at play, from the election to the whole masking, social distancing, getting surveillance up and running. Got to get our big pharma jab folks and that involved. I mean, we got a $50 billion industry to harvest here out of these folks. What better way to do that than to do some unnecessary jab that you have a 99.997% chance of surviving, folks? Anyway, revealed. Dr. Fauci plotted with Facebook CEO Zuckerberg to push the COVID-19 fear porn before the 2020 election. And of course, as we will soon find out, I'm sure, with the FOIA and the mass dump of emails out of Fauci's collection, everything is being sanitized nicely in the sunlight, as it should. Things that were in the dark now being revealed, this being one of them. Says new email disclosures obtained under the FOIA have shown how National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases Director Dr. Anthony Fauci colluded with Facebook CEO Zuckerberg to implement Orwellian thought control from the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic. During one exchange in February 2020. Mind you, this is merely weeks, folks. Remember when Nancy Pelosi walked the articles of impeachment over? Remember what Q told us, which also happened to be the very day, right, that we saw the very first case up in the Northwest in a old folks home, right? Same day. Was that January 15th, somewhere thereabouts, 2020? So this is barely 15, 20 days removed from that. Zuckerberg asked Fauci about the best ways he could help with the synthesizing and mass distribution of COVID-19 vaccine, offering to throw money and resources to the project through his foundation. Because philanthropy, that's what they do with their foundations, him and his wife, just like old Gavi and, Bill and Melinda Gates. I mean, they only have our best interests at mind, folks. Come on now. Says, I was glad to hear your statement that the COVID-19 vaccine will be ready for human trials in 6 weeks. Are there any resources our foundation can help provide to potentially, potentially accelerate this, or at least make sure it stays on track? Old Zucky asked Fauci. Oh, if we start in April, 6 to 7 weeks from now, with a phase 1 trial of 45 subjects, it will take another 3 to 4 months to determine safety and some immunogenicity. The next step is phase 2 for efficacy. We may need help with resources for the phase 2 trial if we do not get our requested budget supplement. I believe that we will be okay. If this goes off track, I will contact you. Many thanks for the offer. Much appreciated, Fauci said in response. A couple weeks later, Zucky approached Fauci again with a proposal to do propaganda on his behalf in order to make sure that the public was properly conditioned with fear over the COVID-19 virus. Right? Fear. All about stoking fear. We can't have truth. You try and spread that on my platform, we will just algorithm you right on out. You've been hashtag canceled. I wanted to send a note of thanks for your leadership and everything you're doing to make our country's response to this outbreak as effective as possible. I also wanted to share a few ideas of ways we could help you get your message out, but I understand you're incredibly busy, so don't feel the need to reply unless there's these seeming interesting, he wrote. Well, Zucky explained how his platform was going to serve as Big Brother to restrict all information about COVID-19 that had not been approved by the Big Pharma cartel. This isn't public yet, but we're building a coronavirus information hub that we're going to put at the top of Facebook for everyone, 200 plus million Americans, 2.5 billion people worldwide, with 2 goals. 1, make sure people can get authoritative information from reliable sources. And 2, encourage people to practice social distance and give people ideas for doing this using internet tools. This will be live within the next 48 hours. You wrote in an email from March 2020. March 2020, folks. All right, so this is now, maybe not even 8 weeks removed, right? And what else did we find out via some of these emails? How many fact checkers, including Mr. Datchik himself, was a part of Facebook's quote-unquote fact-checking team? Oh, they had inside folks at Wuhan working for Facebook, right? The propaganda machine at work, the cogs being oiled and geared up. As a central part of this hub, I think it would be useful to include a video from you because people trust and want to hear from experts rather than just a bunch of agencies and political leaders. This could be done in a number of formats if you're open to it. Probably best would be recording a Q&A where you answer people's top questions, but we'd be open to in other formats too, he added. Your ideas and proposals sound terrific. I'd be happy to do a video for your hub. We need to reach as many people as possible and convince them to take my mitigation strategies seriously, or things will get much, much worse, Fauci said in response. In addition to performing propaganda on behalf of Dr. Fauci, Zucky staffed Facebook with veteran Dem operatives and funded crucial election infrastructure for a 2020 election marred with allegations of cheating and improprieties. Big League Politics reported on how Zucky Cash enforced compliance among bought-off Republicans who turned a blind eye to electoral fraud when it mattered the most. The Office of Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger is defending the payout of over $5 million from a group backed by Facebook CEO Zuckerberg to fund election infrastructure in the state. All those drop boxes and randomized spots in that because, we can't have IDs and that for folks. Can't be having some of that unnecessary stuff. We got to get rid of Trump, old orange man bad at all costs. The DC-based Center for Election Innovation and Research, CEIR, donated almost $5.6 million to the Georgia Secretary of State's office. They apparently received a tremendous return on their investment as Raffensperger did nothing except obstruct after the suspicious results were reported from polling centers manned by Dems who were captured on videotape violating election law. And never mind all the pictures of old Raffensperger and company meeting with Chinese representatives. It's not like we didn't have a warning or anything from Pompeo going out to all the governors and everybody else involved, say, hey, you guys are playing with fire here, right? Raffensperg spokesman Walter Jones boasted in an email comment for Georgia Star News that Zuckerberg's money has given them the ability to crush dissent, calling for investigations into election fraud. Any grant or funding source, as allowed by Georgia law, has enabled this and local election offices to combat disinformation, similar to recent articles published by this outlet that undermine the confidence of Georgia voters. So bottom line, here you see it laid out in black and white. I'm sure we can find the emails, Annette, throughout the dump, Annette, that we have now gotten. And yes, no surprise. Again, it highlights the fact that the information was being debunked pretty much in real time, just like we have done for false flags in the past, just like Christchurch and that, the Anons and folks are so damn good at what they do that they're debunking this real time. And we just can't have that when you're trying to build a narrative to try and snow over the populace who is otherwise asleep. Now, can we? No.
I'll show you one thing I had pulled for today that kind of fits that. Just quickly, because I don't want to. He's got more to pull than me, and that's what I'm happy about. Because my sleep pattern is whacked, and I have a big thing to do tomorrow night. I'm gonna tell you about too. But I saw this. Listen, I went on an Alex Jones tear. You ever do that where you go look at something, you're looking for an article, and you find one like say on that channel or whatever, and then you start looking at 10 other articles they've produced, and you're like, well, that one's good, and that one's good, and so sometimes when you see my stuff where it looks like a lot of it's from the same place, it's because I get just stuck down this rabbit hole of information. But anyway, this was actually shared on his channel, and I thought it was interesting because it's from 1995. It's from Dr. Pierre Gilbert, the magnetic vaccines. I don't speak French. There's subtitles below. Breaking, you're probably better at speaking it than me, but or translating, but it says in the biological destruction there are the organized tempests on the magnetic field.
Tempête organisée par les champs électromagnétiques.
What will follow is the contamination of the bloodstreams of mankind.
Également, la pollution que nous mettrons dans le sang et dans les veines de l'humanité en créant des infections.
I can turn it down. So creating intentional infections. This will be enforced via laws that will make vaccines mandatory. And these vaccines will make possible to control people. The vaccines will have liquid crystals that will become hosted in the brain cells. Then it does this thing right here. Shows that, which will become micro receivers of electromagnetic fields, where waves of very, very low frequencies will be sent. It made me immediately think of 5G. And through these low frequency waves, people will be unable to think. Well, that's already happening. Go to Twitter. You'll be turned into a zombie. Don't think of this as a hypothesis. This has been done. Think of Rwanda. And then that, of course, that led me to think, do I need to do a whole damn thing on Rwanda? Well, let me stop this. I'm going to share two other things quickly that kind of go along with that that led me down this damn rabbit hole. And I apologize, guys. This is how it works for me. And so this one, government scientific advisors admit using totalitarian fear tactics to control people during pandemic report. And so this is Tyler Durden is, I think, Breaking Sky. I think he does the Zero Heads. He's always usually Tyler Durden. Oh my God, there's a kitten in here. I left my back door open. Hey, kitty, you need to go on some. My dog's going to die. Okay. Scientists in the UK working on advisors for the government have expressed regret for using what they now admit is to be unethical and totalitarian methods to instilling fear in the population. This goes, I'm going to have to really be quick now because I got a baby kitten in here. My dog's going to die. So blah, blah, blah. It just kind of goes, and they said they talked to unnamed scientists as the way we have used fear is dystopian. They kind of admit to what they were doing by pushing weaponizing fear. Okay, I think he's not leaving. If my dad has adopted this female cat has got 4 kittens. Okay, I'm a dog person. I love all animals, but this thing has had 4 kittens. They're adorable as I don't know what. And now he's had to adopt another dog that he's found abandoned. And my dad's 76. I let him do whatever he wants. But now this dog doesn't like the cats. It's chasing little kittens, and I feel bad for them, so I've been feeding them. And so now they're like all up my butt, and my 8-pound Shih Tzu is scared of everything. He ain't having it. Like you said, I went off on a trail, but I had to talk about the little kid that's coming here. But okay, so this is basically they talk about how it was used to scare people, which we knew that as well. Then I saw this, which let me make sure. Yeah, oh, that's my thingy. That's coming tomorrow. Yeah, hang on. Yeah, that's the fertility rates. But then I saw this about the trust of science. MIT study confirms anti-masker understand data better than their opponents. So I was like, hell yes, we do. Go to Twitter and you'll find out how stupid those people are. Hell, go to mainstream media. Go to CNN or any of the other ones, MSNBC. They have nothing better to do than talk about Fox. So if you didn't know, a new study from MIT researchers have confirmed that coronavirus skeptics and anti-maskers understand science and data better than their political opponents. The study entitled Viral Visualizations, How Coronavirus Skeptics Use Orthodox Data Practices to Promote Unorthodox Science Online was published this month and analyzed the reaction from skeptics and anti-maskers towards the pandemic from March to September 2020 during much of the initial phases of the breakout and then its expansion. The study focused on Facebook groups and Twitter posts and the interaction between anti-maskers and visualizations of the coronavirus data that was being published by mainstream science outlets and governments. In this study, the researchers revealed that despite current narratives that anti-maskers are simply scientifically illiterate, they actually have a very good grasp of science and data analysis. In the Facebook groups they studied, the researchers saw a serious emphasis on originally produced content, with people wanting to make sure that they were guided solely by the data. Many participants made their own graphs and instructed others on how to access raw data. In other words, anti-maskers value unmediated access to information and privileged personal research and direct reading over expert interpretations, they noted. Its members value individual initiative and ingenuity, trusting scientific analysis only insofar as they can replicate it themselves by accessing and manipulating the data firsthand. They are highly reflexive about the inherently biased nature of any analysis and resent what they view as arrogant, self-righteous of scientific elites. Anti-maskers found themselves not on the sides of ignoring science and data, but striving to push for more scientific rigor. In their approach to the pandemic, the researchers argued that users in these communities are deeply invested in forms of critique and knowledge production that they recognize as markers of scientific expertise, and added that if anything, anti-mask science has extended the traditional tools of data analysis by taking up the theoretical mantle of recent critical studies of visualization. I'm going to stop there, and it goes on, and it's a really good article. But I'm telling you, I can speak for several of the people I feel like that I know that this stuff is important to us. It's important to us that we don't get it wrong, that we're not perfect. We're going to mess up. But because we watch the media lie so much and we know we're lied to so much, that whenever we see something come out that is written, that is an article, I just had this happen to me on Twitter and it made me want to pull my hair out. Like there's something that is in an article, whatever, we don't take that at face value. We actually go look for the scientific report. We go look, is there any data on this? That's why we can safely say we know that there's no research, no study done that masks do anything to help you. There's none. We're not just saying it because we've gone on Twitter and want to fight with somebody like it feels like the majority of people on Twitter want to do. Like we actually spend hours combing over this stuff, reading and reading and reading. Like Maria sent me something the other day about the Pilgrim Society, and I've been reading on that daggum thing for like 2 days. I didn't even know who they were. But if I'm interested in it, I'll look into it. That's what makes me madder than anything is these people that are dumber than a box of damn rocks that will come up and tell you, you don't know what you're talking about. This is your blah, blah. Have this dude actually on Twitter back this dude up and say, oh, this anti-vax thing, I really don't care for the shot, but, they're getting tired. It's getting old. Nobody's listening anymore. I said, yeah, that's why you have states running damn commercials trying to bribe people with the $1 million raffles and all the way down to hamburgers and French fries. Spare me. actually, I don't know. So, okay, saying that, that was my two things there. And I wanted to say this about the New York Times highlight. See, I was on this, but listen, there's good info there. I don't give a shit what people think. New York Times highlights paradigm shift of declining global fertility rates. Okay, so our fertility rates are declining. If you guys didn't know, China just changed their law. The one-child policy is done. Now they're telling families they can have up to 3 children. Wow, they've got 30 million Chinese men, over 30 million men in China that do not have women. There's no women around. So guess what they're doing with North Korea? If they can make it over that frozen river, they go right into the arms of some kind of Chinese broker, and they're sold. If they're a 13-year-old virgin, they're worth $300. If they're a mother, they're worth about $100. And they're sold to a Chinese farmer, a Chinese man, some Chinese person man that needs a wife. That's why, by the way. But Biden's worried about Russia's crimes against humanity. Says not a damn thing about North Korea or China. Okay, anyway. Mercury's poisoning makes birds act homosexual. This sounds like an Alex Jones thing, don't it? But guess what? It's true. 2010, published 2010, 11 years ago. Mercury poisoning making birds acting male birds that eat mercury-contaminated food shown surprising homosexual behavior. In a recent experiment in captive white ibisses, many males exposed to the metal chose other males as mates. These male pairs did everything that a heterosexual pair would do, said the study. A wildlife ecologist at the University of Florida in Gainesville. They built their nest, copulated together, stayed together on a nest for a month, even though there were no eggs. They did the whole 9 yards. While white ibis among the most common birds in Florida Everglades they're exposed daily to mercury through their diets of crustaceans and other small invertebrates. The prey animals take up mercury that's long seeped into the Everglades as byproduct of industrial processes such as waste incineration. Recent pollution control measures have grossly reduced the contamination, Frederick said. Even so, the study shows that these abysses experience fairly major reproductive problems at pretty low levels of mercury. Say that again. Fairly major reproductive problems at pretty low levels of mercury. Guess what else is in mercury? I'll say this right here. I don't have it right here. Since pregnant women are increasingly being injected with flu vaccines with mercury, it will be interesting to see if there will be any major wave of homosexuality in the emerging population, along with ADD, ADHD, autism, diabetes, obesity, asthma, all vaccine injuries. The hard push on the flu vaccine with mercury recommended for all people, including pregnant women and children from 6 months to 19, every year should produce an acceleration of this epidemic. So they took mercury out, didn't they? Not out of everything, just so you know. So, yep, I don't know. Is there some kind of trend of homosexuality going on in the country? I don't know. Japanese researchers use soybean compound to turn male fish into females. He did this whole thing. He's supposed to do something today about soy. I wanted to watch it too, where it's proof that soy does turn, you know, the whole phrase soy boy? They're not laughing now. There's actually something linking soy to, though it's been known that administering female hormones turns male catfish into females, this method is banned for fish for human consumption, states report. Blah, blah, blah. The report further questions the impact that soy consumption and its potential feminizing effects is having on Western populations that are consuming it in larger numbers. Guess what? Guess what McDonald's hamburgers are mostly made out of? Anybody want to take a guess? I think it ain't cow meat, but you know, don't worry. Don't worry. There's absolutely nothing going to happen to our meat, to our meat here in the near future. There'll be no reason for us to say, oh no, we got a problem. We're going to supplement some stuff, a little bit more soy, because there's absolutely nothing going on with the meat market. Absolutely nothing. Okay. There you go.
All right. Well,
I did that fairly quick, didn't I? I got
the freaking frogs gay.
Listen, it's an Alex. Listen, people can say what they want to say. I'm going to tell you right now, and Breaking knows this. I will say it to anybody. I don't really care. That was my one thing when 17 came out and said what they said about Alex Jones. I was like, What are you talking about? I don't give a shit if 90% of the stuff he says is true. Let's say 10% is, spun or is misinfo or whatever. Of all the people that he could have said something about, he got to say it about this guy that's 90% right all the time. He could have picked any of them that are full of propaganda. Like, look at Hannity. Everybody that was all up Hannity's ass. And then, look, Fox is calling Arizona and stuff. I just never liked it because I'm going to tell you something. A lot of people wouldn't be in this movement if it wasn't for that man. He woke up a lot of damn people. That's just the truth. And so I'm not going to lie for anybody. He woke up a lot of people. And a lot of people laugh at him and mock him. And then it turns out being the damn truth. And that's just reality. So, all right, go ahead, sir.
Okay. Well, in other news, aside from that, I guess I'll carry on one more interesting bit that I came across while I was in search for something else and stumbled upon this. Let me jump over to Disclosed TV here today. Ooh, come on now. There we go. WTF Mind Control System for Human Interfaces patent number KR 2017-009037-3A from 2017. Interesting. What the heck is all this about? Well, let's take a quick peek. And there's the patent number. You can go ahead on over to patents.google, etc. and find. But here's what it is. It's a mind control system for human interfaces. The abstract reads, the present invention relates to a mind control system for controlling a human using a brainwave map and a genetic map, according to the present invention. The mind control system comprises a nanoelectronic chip, NEC, inserted or attached to a human body to transmit and receive a wireless signal. At least one nanobiosensor, NBS, for transmitting an electrical signal generated from the NEC to nerve cells and human cells, and embedded or connected to the NEC for sensing biometric information, and a main supercomputer, MSC, for transmitting the wireless signal to the NEC to arbitrarily control the nerve cells and genes of the human body, and also used in wired tech internet. According to the present invention, a cranial nerve can be controlled such that the physically handicapped can perform an intended action. Also, the mind control system of the present invention is used or is expected to be used for a trading means in a financial transaction, including confirmation of personal identification. Well, that's very, very interesting. And I want you to think for a second what I've covered here over the last several months. Have we not been in a situation where chips are awful doggone hard to find? Matter of fact, it shut down manufacturing of Ford and Nissan and a number of these places because they rely on these chipsets. What if, folks, these chips are actually going into the vaccines? Think about that for a second. Yesterday, I think it was yesterday, day before, Intel said that, hey, they're going to start investing in a chip plant here in Arizona. And it's down to 3 nanometers. Do you know how small a nanometer is? 3 nanometers. That's 3% of the size of a millimeter, if I'm not mistaken. Not very big. You probably can't see it to the naked eye. But that's what they're using. So this piece continues, gets deeper. It says, whoever posted this, add this in the hydrogel. The following images are from the post below. I am just using the images to focus on the hydrogel. DARPA, hydrogel versus human pineal gland. Conspiracy. That our overlords are after our pineal glands is known to many, but it seems fluoride and aluminum are not doing the job for them at the speed they require. Fluoride and aluminum. Fluoride in the water. Many of your municipalities add fluoride, which is a known byproduct of manufacturing, especially shipped over from China. If you remember right, from several years ago, Rob Dew actually did a piece and went to a municipality's tanks, and right there you get the big diamonds, the blue, red, yellow diamonds, and that are on trucks right there on the side of the freaking tank. But hey, where it's okay to ingest because good for your teeth, right? And aluminum, let's see, where do we get aluminum from? Is it possible that the aluminum falling out of the sky, what goes up must come down by way of any sort of geoengineering? Is that perhaps why we're seeing such an influx of aluminum in the crust? Oh, that's naturally occurring, they say. Oh, really? Why is it that the bark on trees is turning bluish green in color? They're not doing their job for them at the speed they require. There are many papers on what the pineal gland does for us, but all of them agree that it's essential for all higher brain functions. It also produces serotonin, the happiness hormone. And we all know our ruling class don't want us happy. Just look at our MSM. Fear is the main commodity being sold there. What can they do to shut us down? Hydrogel builds antennae in your body. So the DARPA hydrogel and lithium block and destroy the pineal gland and cause the thinking person to become a controllable biorobot. A hydrogel is a carrier of an active substance. Its task is to get the substance into the body at a pre-desired place. Briefly on the issue of vaccines. Vaccines contain DARPA hydrogel, lithium, and patented genetic information. mRNA is not an untested novelty. In breeding and for top athletes, this type has been using doping for many years. For top athletes, this doping significantly shortens the life. Genetic information in the vaccine leads to the creation of a patented mutant. The dream of the dark forces around Bill Gates is to force these mutants, for example, by vaccination, regularly upgrade as a computer program. And where have we heard that here in recent days, and I'm sure I probably have it in the old archives if I search hard enough, that basically they had come out and said a couple years prior to all these things that they were basically hacking into the software of life. Remember that? That's exactly what they're trying to do. And oh, by the way, at that point, you are not your own. Oh no, if you do not have your own thoughts and you require an upgrade, somebody owns you. Think about that before you get the jab. DARPA hydrogel, hollow nylon fibers fill the FFP2 class plastic respirators. This DARPA hydrogel with additives is slowly released from the respirators. When breathing, it enters the human airwaves. And here it'll kind of walk through kind of the alignment. It almost looks like crystallization. Anyway, very interesting article, interesting theory. Is it plausible? Don't know. We really don't know what the hell all is in these vaccines. We've heard about SM102, a lot of that stuff. My conspiracy is they're putting DARPA hydrogel and nano microchips into your body via the vaccines on top of the shedding spike protein. They're building antennae in people with the hydrogel above, and the microchips are using them to transmit. The hydrogel antennae also allowed for beaming of low frequencies to the subject, confusing them or making them into zombies. Dr. Pierre Gilbert, during a lecture in 1995, warned of a coming mandatory vaccine containing liquid crystals that, when exposed to magnetic frequencies, turn vaccine recipients into zombies. Was that not what we just covered per the 95 video? Dear God.
Yeah, that's what I wrong about it. Anything that has to do with the military. Remember, military came out with something usually 30, 40 years, and that's being generous. 30, 40 years before we found out about it. Go ahead.
Of course. And not to be outdone, let's flash over to some other interesting news in the Middle East. Iran's been in focus here this morning. Early morning, we find out that Iran's largest warship mysteriously catches fire and sinks in the Gulf of Oman, just as negotiators are preparing to meet in Vienna on Wednesday to wrap up the latest round of talks on reviving the old JCPOA, Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action of 44's tenure. Apparently, their largest warship caught fire on Wednesday in the Gulf of Oman and sank under unclear circumstances. The Fars and Tasnim news agencies reported that efforts to save the support warship, named the Karg, after the island where Iran's main oil terminal sits, were a failure. The fire started around 0225 local time, roughly 1,270 kilometers, about 790 miles southeast of Tehran, in the Gulf of Oman, not far from the Strait of Hormuz, where several Saudi oil tankers have been attacked in recent years. The U.S. Navy accused the Iranians of using limpet mines to carry out these attacks. And of course, mind you, what else has happened here in the Middle East as of late? Oh, this little spar, little flap between Gaza and Israel, and who might also have vested interest in Iran not signing on to the JCPOA with the good old US of A. Oh, Israel, you say, huh? The blaze reportedly raged for 20 hours before the ship sank. It appears the entire crew safely left the vessel. Fire occurred during a training naval operation and it's not clear exactly what caused it. All efforts to save the vessel were unsuccessful, and it sank. Trans semi-official Fars news agency said. Well, not to be outdone, because a few hours later, we find out that there's a massive blaze engulfing the Tehran refinery just hours after the sinking of Iranian warship. Almost sounds like they're trying to start some crap over in the Middle East, doesn't it? A major oil refinery in Tehran is now engulfed in a huge blaze just hours after, on Wednesday morning, the Islamic Republic's largest warship caught fire and sank in the Gulf of Oman under mysterious circumstances. Iranian state Tasnim News, in a breaking report, has identified as the Shahid Tandguan oil refinery, considered among the country's largest. Here we see a tweet out of Jason Brodsky. Breaking: another massive fire in Iran today. Fars News Telegram account has just published video of a fire at an oil refinery in the Tehran area. Tasnim says it's at the Shahid Tandguan oil refinery. So there we see that. They got a couple other tweets here out of Disclosed TV as well. Just in Shahid Tandguan oil refinery in Tehran on fire. Nice heavy black smoke. And aside from that, I think there's one more. Mohammed Hassan Najmi here. Yeah, pretty much more smoke filling the air. So, yeah, all sorts of shenanigans going on. And more limited details are as follows. The fire struck the state-owned Guyan Petrochemical Company to the south of Tehran on Wednesday night. Firefighters believe it struck a pipeline for liquefied petroleum gas at the facility. That's according to a report on Iranian state television. Associated Press, journalists in central Tehran, some 20 kilometers away, could see the black smoke rise in the distance. So, again, all of this right on the heels of what is going on in Vienna. And of course, old Bibi Netanyahu, on his way out in Israel, obviously is trying to cause all sorts of shenanigans around that, because at the end of the day, if the deal is struck, Israel's on the outs. Rest assured that there will probably be some rockets and that volleyed back and forth between Iran and Israel. That being said, and of course, this stupid thing doesn't want to come up. Come on now. There we go. Some other interesting outages here in the good old US of A. Apple confirms Apple Card outage affecting all users. This here just a little while ago. Apple Card users could be struggling to make payments this morning due to an outage. On Apple's system status webpage, Apple Card outage is being reported. And of course, mind you, folks, this is a sort of crap that they want to use through their vaccine passports. Everybody pay electronically and track, and this is what we got to deal with. Cybercrime, cyber warfare, outages. Sounds perfect to me, right? The outage appears to have begun around 9:17 Eastern. Here's what Apple is saying. Apple Card outage today, 9:17 a.m. Ongoing. All users are affected. Users may not be able to manage their Apple Card, make payments, and may not see recent transactions. Today's issue comes shortly after Apple Card family sharing arrived with iOS 14.6 at the end of May, said 9to5Mac. And of course, not to be outdone, hey, AT&T wasn't too far behind, because they reported widespread outages across Baltimore and Washington Metro. So Down Detector users report AT&T service across the Baltimore-Washington Metro area is experiencing widespread outages as well. Again, just like I cited on the show earlier today on my channel, I brought up the whole JBS stuff and the meat packing and that, basically trying to take out about 25% of meat production through some cyber attack, just much the same as what we saw through Colonial, probably much the same as what we saw back in Texas in February. Make no mistake that they are making a war against our infrastructure, folks. And by the way, what do you think is coming up here in the month of June? Let me remind you, a little thing called Cyber Polygon. Oh, Cyber Polygon, you say. What is that? Well, go back to June of last year when they ran the first quote-unquote simulation, which involved Russia, by the way, Russian banksters and everybody else. And basically, you'll find that much like Event 201 was just a quote-unquote simulation for COVID, Oh, Cyber Polygon was much the same for, cyber attacks and things of that nature. So are we seeing some of the wargaming, the simulation play out in front of our eyes already? Who knows? We're going to have to keep a close eye on it. Says most of the outages and or issues appear to be with AT&T phone and internet service. Here's most reported problems. Phone, 39%. Internet, 38%. No network or reception, 21%. People are reporting AT&T outages are widespread in parts of Maryland. And there we see some more of that. Says there's definitely an outage. I'm in Baltimore, same issue, constantly no service, dropping calls, dropping Wi-Fi calls to 611. I don't know what WTF is happening. AT&T and help. Obviously, the TrendsNet are ticking up on Google for searches as well. And of course, earlier today, we reported Apple Card was experiencing outages across the country as well. So, no coincidences, folks. Keep that in mind. Something obviously is afoot. What it is, we're going to have to keep close tabs on it. Aside from that, let's get woke. And of course, heading over to Twitter here today. See if this comes back up. Come on now.
I was
There we go.
heading over to Twitter with a white page. That's about what Twitter's worth.
Yeah. So a couple of these tweets in that are pulled from an article by Jonathan Turley here today, talking about this. Apparently, a professor or head of a university that basically canceled herself. She recognized that she was a little too white for herself, and I'm going to hashtag cancel myself. And so a couple of tweets in that article were of interest from Misinformed Mike. Says, today, Oklahoma State University educators' statements at a virtual conference of educators. White people aren't right. Racism originates with and is perpetuated by white people. Mourning her white morality. This is what critical race theory looks like in the classroom.
Racism originates with and is perpetuated by white people. Learning Spanish from a white woman. I wish I could go back and tell my students not to learn power or correctness from this white woman. I would tell them to stand in their own power. White isn't right. We're deconstructing our emotions around acknowledging our whiteness and white privilege through the lens of grief and the process of grief. We talked about mourning our white morality. I'm holding myself accountable to this journey. Part of my accountability is to continue to struggle and grapple with my internalized white supremacy. Dismantling white supremacy in society looks like dismantling in my heart first. It means I'm not going to teach Spanish. Accountability is ongoing because there is no end to the process. Racism originates with...
All right, so that's that one. And then last but not least, over to the last part of this, if it decides it wants to pop up here. Give it a second. There we go.
Somebody called her ass out.
What?
Said I hope somebody called her out.
Yeah, well, rather than teaching in minority districts, professor at SCSU thinks white teachers, because of their skin color, are best suited to stay in white districts and push critical race theory ideas on white students. So let's back this one up just a little bit here and hear this sort of nonsense.
And of teachers are white women. So that's already a problem.
Hang on. Try it one more time.
I think the lane that white women and white folks in general need to be in right now is talking to other white folks about white supremacy. So I think for sure, one of the issues is we don't have enough Black and brown teachers to teach in Black and brown schools and have that be enough teachers for Black and brown schools, right? 80% of teachers are white women. So that's already a problem. But if white teachers would stay in white districts and push back against, so much of the white supremacy that we see in our schools, I absolutely think that that's the work that white folks need to be doing.
No. And if you're being educated by these nitwits, I would say GTFO. Anyway.
That's the scary part. Is those are our educators. That is what they've been brainwashed to believe. And I'm going to tell all y'all something. I only hopefully share content when you guys are asking y'all to watch something. I'm not sharing audio because it's just to show you what I'm talking about. But this is two things again today that I had the ability to watch. I'm going to tell you right now. If you know who Jordan Peterson is, I'm sure you do. He did an upload 2 days ago, where he talks to, and I don't want to massacre her name, but you know me, Park. She's a defector from North Korea. She wrote a book. And he interviews her for 2 hours. And I need some of these educators to go watch what this girl went through. I'll show you what she looks like here, what this girl went through in order to flee North Korea. It is horrifying. She also has her own YouTube channel. If you're looking for somebody that tells you the in and outs of North Korea, it's called The Voice of North Korea by her, and that's her name. So I'll leave that up there for a minute just to give you a synopsis. When she was 13 years old, she fled North Korea with her mother. Her sister went before her. Her father had cancer. They left him behind. They crossed a frozen yellow river. That's where they usually, people can be shot, killed by the North Korea side if they don't make it across. Where they had this lady that helped them. They got across, landed in the hands of these people in China because they went to China. They immediately were sold into slavery. She was sold for $300. She was a 13-year-old version, and her mother was sold for $100 because the mother lied and said she was younger than she was, and she lied because the woman told her to. It told him that she was older than she was, and the man immediately wanted to rape her. Her mother said, "No, take me instead." The girl said she didn't even know what rape was in her vocabulary. She didn't know what the word freedom meant. She didn't know what the word human trafficking was or oppression was. Or they don't teach these words in North Korea. Therefore, you can't feel like this happened to you. I mean, it's a long 2 hour. It's worth the listen, though. I mean, that's not it. I mean, her mother was sold off to a farmer. She stayed there with the guy that was doing the human trafficking. He did horrifying things to her, but she said in a weird way, it was like she thinks he grew to love her in a sense, even though he was abusing her. See, this is abusive syndrome. He buys her mother back. He helps her get her father over there. Then she flees to South Korea, where she was interrogated for months and months and months to make sure she wasn't a spy. She started going to college there. By the way, she had the mentality of a seven-year-old, and in a year she got her GED. So in a year she went from 7-year-old brain to getting her GED. And then with the South Korea college, which their education system is nuts over there, so competitive. Then she says she comes over to the States to go Columbia, and she felt like she was back into where she couldn't speak her mind anymore because they were kept talking about like oppression, making people stand up, talk about their pronouns, talking about pay stuff. She said, I was just trying to get educated. She was like, but every course I took had some kind of spin on it about, race theory or whatever. And so, of course, he's talking to Peterson. He does not find any, he finds that tragic. But anyway, this girl right here from North Korea, I highly encourage all you to go watch his interview with her for 2 hours on his channel. I'm just saying, it is worth it. It is. All these teachers that break into show that are sitting here talking this, they don't know what the hell they're talking about. I'm going to show 2 more things, and I'm going to break and close it out. By the way, we knew this. New York Times concedes natural immunity lasts for years, maybe forever. They're talking about this vaccine might last you 6 months. By the way, this Kenya atheist group secretary resigns after coming to faith with Jesus. So he was the atheist group secretary in Kenya. Peace out. And then we have this coming tomorrow. Been doing this thing with me and Casey. Been doing the show. We call it Reality Check. It's happened for the last couple of weeks. Tomorrow, you all know who Michelle Lentz is. She's actually allowing me to play an hour presentation by Alex Newman. He writes for the Epoch. He's wrote for the Epoch Times. He also does the podcast New America. He does an hour-long presentation on the critical race theory. I thought I knew a lot. I watched his presentation. I didn't know as much as I thought I did. We're going to do that for the first hour. Then Michelle's staying around for an hour for questions. So that is tomorrow starting at 9 Eastern. That's it. There you go. Hopefully y'all show up, hang out. It should be a good one. Now you go ahead.
Nice job there. You're competing against my time slot tomorrow, SoCo on PSB.
I told you I listen. Michelle's a busy lady. Michelle's a busy lady. I can't help it. I can't conform every one of my shows not to offend everyone else. I'd never do a show.
I am severely offended.
At some point, you got to just get the information out.
Yeah, and you'll be able to catch it on the replay. Well, actually, no, you won't on this one because I think you're showing some.
Not mine. Yeah, you're not going to catch mine. You're going to catch
Yeah.
breaking. Mine, I have to take down the broadcast. I'll tell you that. If you see this, I tweeted it out. Broadcast will be removed after live stream is because this is actually a paid hour-long presentation he does. They have it behind a paywall for the Child Protection League, and she's going to let me broadcast it. But I agreed that I would take it down and not not keep it up because it still is a paid presentation.
For those who don't know, Alex Newman is a writer, journo, and that over at the New American, and he gets a lot of airplay over on PSB in the wee hours of the morning. So yeah, he does pretty good. And just as an FYI to folks, I will be taking over the airwaves in the morning tomorrow and Friday both in place of Thumper, who will be at the Red Pill Expo and that over in Rapid Falls, I believe it is, South Dakota. All that stuff going on over the next several days. G. Edward Griffin and company and that. So tomorrow morning for a couple hours, you'll have me in the morning right at the switchover, 8 o'clock in the morning. And then again on Friday for the Magnum edition, 4 hours straight. And yes, Ahsoka will be broadcasting during the time in which I'm on tomorrow night as well. But hey, nonetheless, you'll be able to catch my show on the upload immediately after. So I don't know. I think I've got something picked out that I want to do for tomorrow. Something that's got a lot of studies in that I want to hit. Basically one article. So I'll probably save that for there. But yeah, it's going to be a busy couple days here. And of course, we got a lot of good content. So stick around here between the channels and we'll get you up to speed.
Do you see what I have to listen to? I give this guy his show over there on the soapbox, and I cannot schedule this show any other time because Michelle is busy. She has a rally she has to do the next week, and she was on Capitol Hill before that. This woman puts these presentations together, and I get to hear during my time. I'm like, I ain't got no other choice, man. I have to work around people's schedules. I mean, that just comes with the program.
Oh, I'm just giving you crap.
Program.
The end of the day, my stuff can be put up there at any time. I put it all up on the old archive channels. People can follow there and do as they see fit if they don't catch it live. If it's not live, it's Memorex.
When it comes to these kids and it comes to what they're doing in the education system, I walk all over anybody to do a show. That is the reason why I'm in all this, is because of what's happening with these kids. I can't stand it. Man, I got 4 cats. Well, now I got 5 cats. Y'all, my dog's gonna die. Y'all got to get out of here. Anybody need a kitten? They're really, really cute. I mean, they're adorable, but daggum, my dog is thankfully sleeping and he does not see what's happening right now. But yeah, listen, the presentation he does, what he talks about, what they're trying to pass in schools, what you just saw a little bit of breaking is a meeting, behind the scenes, apparently, supposedly. But what he talks about, it blew me away, and I was just like, I had no idea. And you think you guys are not susceptible to it. See, we had our governor just passed that law about defunding the schools that are teaching critical race theory. So much stuff I bring up. Tennessee requiring state employees to complete equity assignment. So the state employees now have to complete an equity assignment. You know what that means? They have to go in for this, this teaching, equity. And then I had this pulled today too. I'm sure you have already saw this, that Black Lives Matter, one of the directors, one of the founders of the Black Lives Matter in Minnesota, which ironically is where Michelle is at. He came out. Did y'all hear that video? Here, I'll just play a little bit of it.
Quality education is a pathway to success. I want the same success for our children in our communities. That's why in 2015, I was a founder of Black Lives Matter in St. Paul. I believe the organization stood for exactly what the name implies. Black lives do matter. However, after a year on the inside, I learned they had little concern for rebuilding Black families, and they cared even less about improving the quality of education for students in Minneapolis. That was made clear when they publicly denounced charter schools alongside the teachers union. I was an insider in Black Lives Matter, and I learned the ugly truth. The moratorium on charter schools does not support rebuilding the Black family. but it does create barriers to a better education for Black children. I resigned from Black Lives Matter after a year and a half, but I didn't quit working to improve Black lives and access to a great education.
There you go. So,
Well,
I mean, that's what I mean by Black Lives Matter supports went down by like what? How much percent? A lot. It's like it used to have like 90% in the very beginning when everybody thought they had a good cause and they understood what the complaint was about because there were bad cops that weren't be held accountable. I would have even said that. I used to work for the police department. Not here, thankfully, we have a lot of good cops, but there's that good old boy syndrome where if you ever notice the chief of police son gets away with murder, the mayor of the town's kids gets away with stealing something. By the way, our mayor's been a Black man for 30 years. That buries that whole Southern racist thing. But but I mean, so it does happen. It's not just Black things, but it happens with white people, when their kids get away with everything. And then other people, they don't. But then it turned into this grotesque, that it was in their manifesto, attacking the nuclear family, standing up for LGBTQ rights. Had nothing to do with Black lives.
Yeah, and one other thing I forgot to cover here today, and I guess I'll probably have to save that for a later show.
Go ahead, Daddy.
Interesting news out of Tennessee. You probably didn't hear this, but Tennessee will explore the possibility of a state gold depository. And so this is further movement by the state to institute real money, gold, silver, anything but the Fed-backed fiat currency. And so legislation is working its way both through the House and Senate in Tennessee to where they may actually join Texas here shortly and having their own repository for allocated and unallocated gold and silver bullion here before long. So kudos on Tennessee for taking measures along with about a dozen or so other states over the last several years to actually institute real money instead of playing with this Mickey Mouse fiat currency crap, federal bank reserves notes and that IOUs basically slips that the Federal Reserve gives us. So 10th Amendment, folks, is alive and well.
I can tell you what I can't tell you exactly what I think it all is because I want to stay streaming, but I have an idea that the governors down here are getting the idea that we're sick, like we're sick of it. We're getting really sick of it. Like it's kind of like we're watching what's happening with this ATF, guy that Biden's put up, and the words coming out of his mouth, and they call us a silent majority and all that and it is like you kind of sit back and you're like, what happened here and what's going to be the line that gets crossed or whatever. But the people down here are paying attention. I mean, we are, and we're sick of it. Like we're getting kind of fed up. And the rumblings are that, even people that work in the administrative plaza where I live, I've just called to ask a completely different question to, and that they get into conversation with me about, well, what do you think the line's going to be? And I'm talking about 55-year-old men that work at the dang tax assessor office. So I know if I'm hearing it from him, then.
Line. What line? That line was crossed long ago, man.
Well, yeah, but if you look at the South, they're pushing back hard. The South is pushing back hard. Like here, we've signed that he put that bill in, that heartbeat law in was last year against abortion. Then we had the governor push back, so we were going to fund schools that were pushing critical race theory. I got an issue with this equity training in the state offices. Like we never had a mask mandate where I live, ever. Not one was ever put in effect, ever. I never wore a mask. I hear people all across this country talking about, well, I had to wear one here, I had to wear one there, whatever. I never did. And I went to two different grocery stores, convenience stores, went to my post office, stuff like that. And I never.
Well, rest assured that they will try yet again to try and put us under some sort of lockdown, remask up and that, because they're already doing it down in Australia. They're doing it in other countries as these variants come around, which, by the way, folks, in case you didn't hear, the World Health Organization and company decided that, trying to remember 1.617 and 1.3 and all these variants is just too difficult. So they're going to go by the way of Greek lettering now. Yeah, so all the variants in that all follow the Greek lettering. And so I hope the Greeks rise up and say that's racist to them and tell them to pound sand.
Well, I'm gonna leave with this. Hey, Daddy, since Daddy's bringing his crowd in, I'm gonna, because this took me a minute to put together. I'm gonna show this one more time. Tomorrow, 9 p.m. Eastern, it's me and Casey. We're gonna be with Michelle, and first hour. I'm gonna play Alex Newman's presentation that he did on the critical race theory. Then the next hour, Michelle's gonna stick around for questions. Highly see. And by the way, like breaking, I'm glad he reminded me that I'll have to remove the broadcast after the live stream. It will not be archived because that presentation is behind a paywall. And so she's let me do it for that 1 hour, and then I have to take it down. So if you hear, you can see it. If not, I'm sorry, you won't be able to go back and watch it. That was kind of the agreement I happily made, just to be able to share it. And so hopefully, I know you guys across the pond, you're 6 hours ahead. That's really late at night or early in the morning, however you look at it. But that's going to be tomorrow night. So, hi, Daddy.
Howdy. How are you doing now, honey?
I'm doing good. Right now, I'm getting overrun with cats.
I'm holding my accent there.
Listen, I got a mama cat and a baby cat looking at me like, this is weird. These cats don't hang out in the house, by the way, but I've left my back door open, and you'd think they all lived inside. They're like running around playing in my living room. My dog does not know a thing is happening, which is a good deal.
I'll tell you what, Laura, you got to protect your back doors.
No doubt. You and Breaking. Is there a full moon out there, chat? Because Breaking did the same thing earlier. What did you say? Made some damn underhanded joke about clothes or something. I don't know. Y'all keep talking. Love you, chat. Thanks everybody for joining. Love you too, Daddy. And I'll see you in a little bit, Breaking. And y'all have a chat, okay? Y'all have a chat. Bye, guys.
Bye.
How are things, DD?
How you doing? Breaking. What happened to you the other night? You disappeared.
Oh, I think it was a bad case of the sun shined in the west window and things got a little warm inside the room. And next thing you know, it was about an hour or two later.
Oh, really?
In other words,
oh, you was falling asleep. We bored you that much you fell asleep, did you?
Well, it was Sunday. Sunday is supposed to be a day of rest, isn't it?
Well, it is. And
I
obviously,
partook.
I do know how that feels because I fell asleep on so many occasions and not woke up for my own show. And next thing you know, I'm getting bing, 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 bing on my phone.
You fall asleep in the middle of your own show?
Well, not
that
on
can't
me.
be good.
No, before the show, and then because you're not live, everyone's trying to work out whether you've dropped dead or you've gone out for a beer or done something. And I'm like, no, I ain't done none of that.
Yeah,
so
you're like those memes and that with the stick guy holding a stick, poking like Bitcoin says, do something. Poking Daddy Dragon down there, do something.
Do something. Get out there and do it. Let me tell you something now. We are looking at an assembly shortly, and the assembly is going to be held by 200,000 plus people in the Supreme Court in London. Whether they like it or not, and whether they're sitting or not, we are going to be in that, and you're going to see the vision of the English waking up with their English flag saying, we want this country back.
Well,
and we're going to take it back. And go on.
Could you do me a favor this time and at least assemble more than a few hundred? I mean, the media told me there was only like a few hundred people there, right? I mean, 3 helicopters for a few hundred people, that makes perfect sense, right?
Well, evidently, I think someone said 278 people or something like that. Well,
what was that? Waiting in line for the bathroom?
Yeah, probably was that. Yeah. But let me tell you something. It was massive. There was over 1 million people there. What I'm saying to people, and people better understand this, that when you go on a march, and I actually showed the evidence on that on the screen the other day from the government website. If you're going to march anywhere and have a rally, you have to have permission off the police, right? This is what they say. It's not what I say. And they can tell you how long the rally can be, what roads you can go on, and whatever. So the organisers obviously was involved with the police and involved the police in herding people like cattle. You're doing exactly what they want. If you are not intending to go on any form of march and you are simply assembling as a protest, that you do not need the permission of the police. And that's where we need to be organised in the background. That's where I've said the counties need to be organised. Again, the county flags are going to be on the site. One of the reasons that we need to kick this off is because people are now going through the criminal, I don't know what to call it. It's not a justice system anymore, but the criminal system where they have stood up for their businesses and stood up for the people of this country. And they've basically been shit on by the British. And the British supranational state, you mentioned earlier, and I actually want your opinion on this. There's a few things going on in Australia, New Zealand, Canada, and other what's known as Commonwealth countries. They are all controlled by the British, and people need to understand that. That means the Fabian Society, that means the Tory Socialists, that means the fake Conservatives, because that's what they are. They don't believe in the rule of law. And again, the more people lean towards this democratic society and away from a constitutional republic or a constitutional monarchy where the rule of law is the law and what governs society, not mob rule. So I just want people to realise that there are certain elements of direct democracy that I look at, but my opinion, I wanted your opinion, sorry, on what you think of the Commonwealths. I've had a number of Australian people contact me. I've got a lot of respect for the Australians. And they've said to me, basically, one person in particular said to me that the Bill of Rights doesn't exist in Australia. Yes, it does, is the answer. But you tell me what control you think the British supranational state has still got over those colonies.
Well, obviously, something is definitely amiss when you find out that, this Indian variant, whatever they call it, I forget if it's Delta or Beta, I forget which, they've renamed it now. The 1.617 variant out of India, they got a handful of cases down in Australia, right? And suddenly they need to go back under lockdown for a fourth time. And if you've paid attention over the past year plus of the complete totalitarian tactics that they have done in Australia, I can't understand, and for the life of me, understand why the people would tolerate yet another round of this crap unless these people have been completely brainwashed or just don't know any better. The same would probably go for Jacinda Ardern and company over at New Zealand as well at this point. And another interesting article I come across recently is that, Dee, I don't know if you heard, not to sidestep things a little bit, but it sounded like New Zealand was about to get kicked out of the Five Eyes. And there's something going on with Jacinda, and not sure what all that entails. I just happened upon an article. But then, of course, like you said, spin around to Canada, and Justin Trudeau has basically gone full Marxist. We've seen that by way of the churches and that Artur Pawlowski, or whatever his name is, formerly in Poland, escaped communism, thought he was going to have a better life, opened up his services and church and whatnot in Canada, held off the Stasi, called them a bunch of Nazis. We saw all the videos in that, and then ultimately got arrested laying face down on the ground in the middle of a highway. The persecution is going to continue to go on in there until the people rise up. And I don't know what their stake in the ground is. But one thing I will say, an interesting article I came across, I don't know, it's probably been a while ago, 6 months or so ago, is this, Dee, and see if this resonates with you. And I think this had to do a lot with Canada, is that the police, Annette, in a lot of these countries today are not native to their land. So what they do is they train up these police forces to go in, and basically they ship them off to these countries not native to them. And so they have no feelings, no anything toward the inhabitants of the actual land at all. And that's why they're able to do the crap that they do with impunity. They have no feelings whatsoever toward the people, the land, anything. They just are literally order takers.
And it's very interesting you say that. Let me ask you a question. What countries did you say that's happening in?
Canada was one of them that I had come across an article a while back on that. I don't remember source-wise who it came from. I just remember seeing, oh, that starts to make a lot of sense now, because you would think, you know, if you date back to, say, World War II era, Nuremberg and things of that nature, right? You have to question how in the world did these people get away with doing what they did and saying, well, we were just following orders, right?
Yep.
And you look at that and say, well, all right, yeah, you may be collecting a paycheck. You may think that you're going to get a pension or a 401k that may or may not be there, but, you know, they're probably stoking the fires underneath you and making you promises they can't keep behind the scenes. But what happens if you have to go arrest a member of your own family? What are you going to do there? Where does your conscience sit?
Right. So let's seeing that you've just brought that up, I find that very interesting because I'm going to say something to the chat now, and there's many English people in the chat. Does what Breaking Spectre has just stated to you resonate with you? And would you like to tell everybody in the chat? So you put in there who are a lot of the riot police in London beating English people sitting on the floor doing nothing wrong, peaceful apart from peaceful assembly, which is completely legal in this country. Who are the people beating them? So you've all seen recent reports on that. Let the chat tell you what that is. And I'm waiting for the EU police, Yorkshire militia. Yep. Right. So London is a European Union region. It has an assembly. They're just waiting to go back into the European Union. And that is why places like Scotland are still flying the European Union flag, because the Scots have had all their constabularies, the 7 constabularies, police constabularies removed. The police even disarmed, I believe it was the Royal Marines in Scotland, because they had live ammunition with them, whatever the event was, and the police took it off them. That again is recorded. That's you can go and research that and find out that that's true, right? The point is, if you complain to anyone in Scotland about the police, it doesn't go to a separate constabulary. It goes to the one constabulary. There is no external. It is a police state. More and more of them are armed now. From what my hearing skills with hearing aids in London could hear, is the majority of the police are either Scottish, and there's a lot of Scots. And in fact, you can go back and listen to my videos, and you will hear a Scottish policeman abusing an English subject and an English union member on London streets, right? But the rest of them are East European. So you're absolutely right, Breaking Spectre. That is exactly what they're doing. They have got no allegiance to this country whatsoever. They have got no appreciation of the constitution of this nation. And they are the people that are the most dangerous. And not only that, if you look at New Zealand, you look at Australia, and you look at Canada, what are they all doing now? They are disarming the people. They've done it in New Zealand for quite some time. They've called in for the firearms and rifles, etc., to be handed in. They've done it in Australia. And what is the prerequisite to any genocide? To disarm the people. You are now living in a fascist state, and you need to take it back. So you are correct in what you're saying, and those articles that you read are correct. So I was pleased that you said that.
Yeah, but to that end, you know, at the end of the day, it's going to have to come from the people, and they're going to have to recognize that they are at war with a government who does not like them. You cannot trust them. You should withhold every financial means possible from them. Stop acquiescing to their power. Stop paying their taxes and everything else at this point, and do what you think is morally correct at this point. And you better learn to form alliances too, folks. I'll tell you this. Yes, we live in a society where social media has managed to divide us more than unite us. But you better know who your neighbors are, because when it comes a time when you see somebody like Arthur and that get his church and that gone after, where are all the other churches stepping up to back him? Where were they? I didn't see them in any of the videos. What do you think is going to happen when they come for you, folks? Do you think your neighbor is going to have your back? Do you think anybody with an earshot 10 miles is going to come to your aid? Think about that.
Yeah. I know. And again, we're going up to Bately and Spen. I've just seen someone put in the chat, the Americans can send us our guns. Let me tell you something, guns can be easily manufactured in this country, and they have shut down at every road, and there are people on the internet saying we haven't got the right to keep and bear arms when we most definitely have. Ignorance is absolutely the key to what the British supranational state has done to this nation, and we need to take it back and be in full alignment with our American colleagues, friends, brothers, sisters, because we are both the same countries in terms of constitutionally what it is we can and cannot have. Let me just ask you this, Breaking. I'm not going to play it in case we get clobbered for it. I'm not going to play it. I'm just going to show it on the screen.
While you do that, I'll make one comment about your what our Second Amendment is, the right to keep and bear arms. If I'm in you guys' shoes, I think the best investment you can probably make is in a 3D freaking printer. Get the 3D printer, get your materials that you need, the resins you need, plenty of open source code and that to be able to build your own. And I would be literally printing the living crap out of those things.
Yeah, no, I agree. And again, they do work, and the instructions, etc. But there's more instructions out there if you look hard enough. What you're seeing on your screen, Breaking, should be it's on Rumble. It's Trump interview with Chanel Ryan, and it's the full interview. Did you watch that interview and listen to what was said?
I did not.
Well, I've got to tell you something. It's fascinating. I covered it in my show tonight on this side of the pond. There's certain elements at certain areas. For example, 3 minutes, 26 seconds, 5:40, 6:59 and 9. But at 9 minutes, at 6:59, he talks about the American people being robbed in terms of the presidential election. And then he talks at 9 minutes in about the election, and one of the things that he says that is really, really interesting, and I think everyone should go and watch this. If you haven't got the link, I will try and put it in the chat for you now, but all the Americans need to go and watch this, because this is President Trump, and he's actually telling you there is a massive investment and a new type of social media on its way that can't be taken down, and he actually hints that it's blockchain. But I will say this to you. At 9 minutes, President Trump says and states, in terms of the election being stolen, when you catch someone robbing a jewelry store, you don't then allow them to keep the diamonds. And what does he mean by that? And I think everybody out there should know exactly what he means by that. It's not over till the fat lady sings and the fat lady ain't sung. In fact, I can see what is going on there. The United States of America would never, ever allow such an audacious, outrageous attempt at stealing an election from the people. And I believe wholeheartedly that people are going to start to see this come up now. You're seeing it in Arizona. You're seeing it in Georgia. You can see, and like he says on this interview, let me tell you something, Breaking, you've got to watch this interview. It is, and he absolutely sings the praises of One America and says to them, you know, you was the voice in the wilderness. You was the voice that stood up for the people of this nation. You was the voice that said to people, they talked about CNN, they talked about Fox News, they talked about the massive, massive loss of viewing figures to all of those propaganda machines. It's no different to the BBC. And again, the people that are funding that, which are corporations, basically, what you're going to be seeing is the American people taking back control of the United States of America. And when you do, and when President Trump is reinstated as the rightful president of the United States of America, I hope and pray that he looks to England and he looks at us as a captive, the last captive nation of the British Empire, and frees us and helps and assists us in freeing this nation from the British supranational state.
Yeah. Yeah, and I guess to that end too, DD, you see that Trump took down his site for dispelling information.
He did what?
The Trump 45 site that he's been kicking all of his from the office of President 45. Apparently, that site has now been taken down.
Oh, really?
So I don't know if that portends to how close perhaps his social media site is ready. I don't know. Or if he is just going dark for a period. I don't know either.
Well, it looks like there's certainly the people of the country and the free nations of this world and the free people of this world. I just want to make sure that people understand where I come from. Obviously come from England. I've got blood that runs through my veins, and every element of that blood comes from previous ancestors who fought and died for this country, exactly the same as your country. You fought against the British in 1776, and this is our fight now, England, against the same British supranational state attacking England. There's only one way of doing this, and that's to remove the British completely. And that is what we will be doing. And we will be seeing trials, and I hope to see trials very similar to what we had in the Nuremberg trials, where the people and the corporatists and whatever you want to describe them as, let's just simply call them fascists and communist sympathizers, are all put to trial, due process, and then we see what happens. The worst ones, in my opinion, should hang.
Yeah, I don't want to belabor the point much, but I do want to expound a little bit on Trump here and whether or not his return is imminent. Obviously, there are those who have been trying to date set and everything else, and I see that as a little bit foolhardy, whether it be Bannon on War Room or Mike Lindell saying, hey, August, blah, blah, blah is when we can expect. Well, to me, that's a little bit like trying to predict Christ's return, kind of a foolhardy proposition, frankly. It's going to happen when it happens, and it's going to happen, in my opinion, on God's time, not man's time, when and if this thing is fully exposed. Now, those that say there's no provision in the Constitution that says, in the event of a major fraud or anything along those lines, well, there's nothing in there that says, hey, the rightful elected person should be reinstituted because it wasn't covered. Well, I say BS to that. Just because it wasn't in the Constitution does not mean that there are not maxims of law that actually supersede that and can still be used. Now, when I say that, what I'm talking about is the element of fraud. Let me reiterate that. Fraud, okay? Fraud vitiates everything from the start. Ab initio, null and void, period. I don't give two hoots about the color of law and the mechanisms we have through our just us system here in these United States, this maritime admiralty law BS, where they put statutes of limitations on all this stuff. No, they've already proved their case. They've already turned their blind eye to the fraud and that took place with every single case that was put forward before Trump was elected November 3rd. All those cases that had to be gone through and basically kicked out of the courts, as well as all the evidence and that they tell us, oh, there's been no evidence. Well, nothing's been heard in a court because it never made it into court, nor do I expect that it will. That being said, it's going to boil down to we the people and probably extracurricular courts, in my opinion. Is that going to mean it's going to be done through the military courts or things of that nature? I can't say for certain. But at the end of the day, it's not going to come through our traditional just us system. It can't be trusted. It's been proven. We've been shown that. They're all in on the take at the end of the day. So we're going to have to revert back into common law. And common law gives that provision via maxims of law that have been around for years and years and years, not just the 250 years that our Constitution's been put ink to paper. Fraud vitiates everything. Yep. Everything.
Fraud undoes all. And that's an English maxim. The same as the restraint of trade, which is an English maxim that you've got the right to work, which has been used in various states in the United States of America as well. And I've got the case law on that. I absolutely agree that it will revert back, but some of my show previously, and certainly the rant that I didn't publish this morning, and then the rant that I did publish as a promo for the show, I spoke about the British establishment, the British supranational state, and the British Supreme Court, which is technically unlawful anyway. And the basis of it is that all they are doing is doing the same as Nazi Germany. They have been politically appointed, especially in this country, and it is no different to what happened in Nazi Germany. And the fact that it takes someone like me just to stand up on a normal everyday channel to point that out to people, I always used to think to myself, how did the German people allow it to happen? Like, the Nazis were only 10% of the population. Well, let me tell you something. I can fucking see it now.
Same way your country is doing it, same way our country's doing it. It's very easy to see. Mass manipulation.
No, I agree. And the media, the fake news media, the propaganda machine that is owned by communists, fascists, is now, and again, remember what Trotsky said as he walked down the steps and he turned to his comrade and he said, he who owns the media, who controls the media controls the mind. Remember that, people, because that's exactly what you're seeing here. And the attacks on social media, the attacks on us, and we need to be the ones who stands up and takes back control of both our nations to take this forward. And God bless President Trump and the United States of America.
Yeah, and along those lines, William Casey, a former CIA director, also told us once upon a time that we know we will have done our job when the populace believes everything that is a lie.
Yeah.
And we're there. We are absolutely there.
We are absolutely there, without any doubts whatsoever. I mean, going back to what you said there, you know, when people, let me just show you this image on the screen, if I can find the right one, which I will do in about 2 seconds. Just get this up on the screen. Why is that going pear-shaped on me? Let me see if I can bring it up on the screen. I've got to show you this image because well, for some reason, it's not allowing me to do it. So let's see if I can bring it up here. Oh, hang on a minute. It might be in the background. I just skipped that one. Shouldn't have skipped that one. Right. So I take it you actually saw this at the weekend anyway, but I'm going to show you this. This is from a march, but the people, we need millions, hundreds of thousands on the streets of London and actually going to be there on the 14th. But I'm going to show you this, Breaking, because it is something that people seem to forget. So what you've seen there is a police officer sitting on his motorcycle, and they've printed out all these things. I mean, on the video that I did, obviously, I've got a little thought process coming out of his head saying, "Oh bollocks," because they've smothered his motorcycle in these stickers, and he's just accepted that's exactly what's happened. But this is what you call it. Great. This is called a double bollocks. This geezer has got a bus smothered. Now, what I'm saying to you is, if hundreds of thousands of people with these stickers assemble in the grand chamber of the Supreme Court of the British supranational state and stick them stickers on every single item they can find, desks, chairs, windows, ceilings, you name it. I'm not talking, let me just express myself here. I'm not talking about criminally damaging anywhere because these stickers come off, yeah? But I am talking about sticking these stickers everywhere, and you have Magna Carta written all over it, you have the Bill of Rights written all over it, and you stick these stickers all over the Supreme Court, inside, outside, every chamber in there, every single room in there, right? With 200,000 of us, we can do it, right? And we should also be doing it in the real courts of justice.
Before you go from that one, DD, I ought to say that one is obviously meme-worthy. I can picture somebody putting on there, "Oh shit, I'm going to need more windshield washer fluid."
Yeah. Well, again, There's the bus from a different angle. In fact, I think
That's
that might be
fantastic.
I think that's a slightly different bus. But every time they come across these, they put the stickers all over it. What I'm saying to people, and I want people to remember this, yeah? Remember what I'm saying to you. When you do that inside the Supreme Court, or if we get inside Parliament and we stick them everywhere, I mean everywhere. If you go into the chamber of Parliament, right? It's our Parliament. It belongs to us. It doesn't belong to them. You're seeing the pictures of the march again at the weekend. But we've got to get these people literally into these other areas and showing people exactly what it is. Now, here is a great picture that's on your screen. There's the sheep on the left. I'm telling you, the guy and the dog are working together. He says to the other sheep in a pen. And then the other sheep say to him, oh, come on, George, you and your conspiracy theories, right? That's how obvious what's going on and what these marches are doing to people. There again is the English flag. There's a lot of other bits and pieces. I won't play you that because we'll get banned, or we'll certainly get a strike. But there's some lovely people doing a bit of reggae in the middle of that. So you're all seeing what's gone on there. That again is on a video that I put up on Rumble. So if you want to see that video, if you want to see what we thought of it, if you want to see the full video, by the way, on someone else's video, I actually found my son who kept texting me saying, where are you? As if he's going to find me as like a needle in a haystack with over 1 million people. And then in someone else's video, I see him walking down with it. And funny enough, he had a JFK t-shirt on. He loves JFK. And he would have loved the Running Mate thing. We are going to do that again and do a few other things. So that's what I want people to understand. Make sure we all do what we say we're going to do. I don't want to be the only person walking into the Supreme Court and getting arrested. We need 100, 200, 300, 400,000 people where there ain't no chance of us them stopping us. And we go in there and plaster that place with him. So instead of it being a red bus, with the red buses are what we need and what we use to go to work. That's being taken out of service and it will be charged back to us. Yeah. Let's go into the Supreme Court and let these fucking judges know exactly how we feel, that they are traitors to this country. They are traitors to England. And sooner or later, it's going to come on top for them. And when it does, that's when, you know, trying to safeguard your pensions in the as a schedule to the Human Rights Act of 1998. What about our businesses? What about our lives? And what about the life of Pippa that was removed by these British supranationalist judges who think they are above all laws, including God's law? They're not, and we need to take the country back.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of a scenario a number of years ago. I remember coming across articles, European countries and that taking out the trash. And by taking out the trash, I mean politicians getting thrown in actual dumpsters, or probably what you guys would call rubbish bins. But maybe you guys need to get some rubbish outside of chambers and that where these pals and justices, quote unquote justices, meet and get ready to take out some trash.
Yeah. Well, maybe we need to do what the French do, is come past the Supreme Court and absolutely smother it in shit.
There's that too.
I don't think there's any problems with that. You can literally switch one of them. I'm sure there's someone out there who's got one. We'll put it up on the pavement and absolutely smother the place in shit and see what they're going to say to that is the answer. Because what they're doing and what the judiciary are doing, you need to let them know that they are part of the problem, and they're possibly the biggest part of the problem, especially because of the British supranationalist state, where they are disregarding the Magna Carta, the Bill of Rights, and all the ancient laws and customs that the English, over many centuries, over a millennium, have built up. And one way or the other, we need to be the people that take it back. And if that means covering the place in shit, then so it be. And I've got to tell you something, if someone wants to pay for that, if pay for the muck spreader and how we kick it out at 1,000 mile an hour all over the fucking building, give me a shout. I'll drive it up there. I'll pull it on the pavement and I'll switch the lever. Right. And I'll say, that's what I think of you. That's what I think of your justice system. And at some stage, these people have got to understand exactly what it is that they're doing, what the protests are about. And the only way of doing that is to assemble in their chambers. And that means the chambers of Parliament as well. Right. So when this movement gets big enough and when people get brave enough and people switch off from this mainstream media bullshit, take back your country and let the international world out there know what's going on in England and what they've done to England and what they are proceeding to do with England, which is to destroy us as a fucking nation.
Yeah, and I would probably extend that to include the Mockingbird Media headquarters over there, DD, not just your pals and everybody else. March right up to old BBC, The Guardian, or whatever your Mockingbird Media of choice outlet is that you despise more so than any other, and probably do the same.
Well, I've got to tell you something. What you're talking about with that in reference to, the Mockingbird media and the media as such, you got to think about something here. Think recently what just happened. Again, there is a case in America with Dr. Shiva. He is bringing a case against Twitter. In that case, it clearly states
it's actually not against Twitter. Let me correct you. It's actually against the government.
Right. So it's against the government, but the government are using. So they're bringing Twitter into play because there is a that. Let me put it this way: Twitter are corroborating with the government, which means that is a twined element. It's a fascist element. That is the pure element of fascism. It started in London. Just to let everyone know, from one of the researchers, really fantastic researcher that contacted me, she said, "Did you know that the CEO of Twitter in London is Iranian?" And no, I didn't know that. So again, English law forbids certain things. We need to go back to the pure articles of the Acts of Settlement, which was almost as powerful as the Bill of Rights. They actually repealed Chapter 4, and we need to unrepeal it because it was forever. And it was the British supranational state that did that. This conspiracy against England has gone on for a long time. Maybe it's because it was the Jerusalem, and it is the Jerusalem, that we, as a national anthem, used to sing, is English men and women. And maybe a certain other place that never talks of England and has Jerusalem as its capital now. Maybe they don't want us to exist, and it's that's in the background that's kicking all this off. One way or the other, though, we need to take back control of this country. So again, when you look at that, when you look at what you've just said there, Dr. Shiva, and then you go and have a look at India. And in India, the special ops police have raided the Twitter offices, took away a number of hard drives, took away a number of computer systems and a load of documents. Then what happened? It went over to Thailand. Why Thailand, people? Well, let me tell you something. Thailand as a nation has never, ever been conquered. It holds that dear to its heart. Its people and its country, its nation has never, ever been conquered. Right. And that is because they are a great nation. So how do you get into Thailand? How do you cause communist issues in Thailand? You infiltrate on social media. How do the Chinese get away with what they've been doing, which is managing, let me just say this to people, managing people by their mobile phones. You can't do anything in China unless you've got a mobile phone now. All of your credit scoring is on mobile phone. You can't go out and get on a bus or train or do anything or even open a bank account without a mobile phone. Guess what, people? You attract everywhere. Guess what, people? Your facial recognition, which belongs to you, God gave it to you, belongs to the state in China. Every element of you is tracked in China. Guess what, people? London is the most highly CCTV'd area anywhere in the world. Did you know that? You can't walk anywhere in London without being on CCTV. I've done a mini documentary in reference to our favourite Anon in London, where we looked at a certain camera that see individuals from the FBI walking down the street and walking into a very famous hotel in London. All of that you can now see fits together. The security services have got every bit of access to that. What have we got now? We've got a massive, massive undertaking and judgment from the European Court of Human Rights against the British supranational state, which it says that mass surveillance that you have undertook for the last 30 years is unlawful, where they surveil all of us in one swoop. There is nothing that can be hidden, nothing at all. Every bit. So if you've got a case against the government, even your privileged communication between your barrister and legal team is being read by the state. Do you understand that, people? Do you understand what's going on here? Do you understand how serious that is? And yet again, we're going to get the people up in London and then go to the Supreme Court, whatever we need to do, but do it, yeah, and put them stickers all over every single place within the Supreme Court so they get the message. They ain't on our side, and we need to take this place back. That was a bit of a rant.
That was a mini one. I'm used to you at least turning red in the face and kind of spitting and slobbering at least a little bit.
Well, I've had too many rants today, but I've got to tell you something. My heart's in perfect shape at the moment. I'll probably drop dead tomorrow, but I'm feeling good. I've just gone and got a fill up for me juicer.
A little bit of wine.
Sorry.
Oh no, you're on a vegan diet. I forgot.
No, it's not a vegan diet. I went and had a breakfast this morning. My diet hasn't changed. My exercise regime has changed minimally and will increase over the next weeks. What I am doing now is blending what I should be eating every day anyway as one blended drink, and then drinking it and having 1 or 2 pints of that a day. That is giving me massive amounts of energy. It is certainly, I wouldn't say it's a detoxification because it isn't a detoxification. It just gives me all the minerals and everything that I need. Some people have seen me and said your complexion's changed, your energy levels have improved, and I do believe they have. I mean, at the end of the day, I walked for 5 hours. I never, ever thought I'd be walking for 5 hours non-stop. And although people helped me carry me bags, but that's another, I mean, they was heavy, probably 20 kilos. And we just kept doing what we got to do. But I'm not on a diet as such. It's just additional, and then cutting out as much of the shit as possible, exercising as much as possible. Get out in the sun, people. Vitamin D is really important. And that's it, really. Other than that, it's all fantastic.
Yeah. As long as you're not buying into the World Economic Forum, eating bugs and fake meat and all that good garbage.
Say that again?
I said, so long as you're not buying into the whole World Economic Forum of eating bugs and fake meats and things of that nature.
Well, evidently, in America at the moment, and I believe it's Georgia, every 17 years, there is a mass of these types of bugs.
Cicadas. Cicadas.
Cicadas. And I don't know why, but they come out every 17 years, and evidently they make a lot of noise, and they're quite large. And it's been suggested that that the American people should be eating them.
Who suggested?
Evidently, it was on TV. I think it was Biden or someone like that suggested that you should be eating them for extra protein. It was Caustic that sent me a link to it saying they are suggesting that people should eat it. I'm just wondering whether you would have it with salt and vinegar or whether you would put, tomatoes.
Oh no, deep fried and probably in chocolate, man. That's what you would do around fairs here. You'd do it like deep fried bacon, cover in chocolate, throw in the freezer, put sprinkles on it. Who knows what else?
Oh, really? And are they quite crunchy then?
Oh, I have no idea. I've never eaten one, but you'd probably starve to death because cicadas, there's 2 types. I think one only comes out every 7 years and the other one comes out every 17 years.
Oh, really?
So, You better grab a whole bunch while you're at it. Otherwise, you'll starve between feedings.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you'll be eating mealworms, according to Klaus Schwab. And of course, you'll be happy about it.
Hey guys, I had to jump in here since you brought up the cicadas.
Oh, do tell.
Okay.
I had 2 articles on cicadas. One that talks about it's Taco Tuesday with a twist. Virginia chef keeps selling out of incredible brood X cicada dish. And it's out of the USA Today. And he's a chef at Cocina on Market in Leesburg, Virginia. And yes, they serve up cicada tacos.
Yikes. I guess.
Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say that probably rates right up there with some of the fish I have in the old Illinois River here. Once upon a time, we've been inundated with Asian carp. And I don't know if you guys know, not being from here, what Asian carp are, but they're a very invasive species of fish that basically dominates everything. They're ugly things, and they get stirred up by the vibrations of troller motors.
Jumping fish.
The old jumping fish. You can find all sorts of YouTube videos of redneck sports where they're fly fishing with them and shooting arrows at them and swinging bats at them. These fish get so stinking big, these bottom feeder fish, that they can literally flop out of the water and come across your face and knock you out of a boat. But they're absolute crap to eat. And, they've tried to figure out what the hell to do with all these things that have invaded the Illinois River. Matter of fact, in the last several years, there'd been a lot of legislation now to try and put an electric fence to prevent them from getting in Lake Michigan, up around Chicago and things like that. And a whole big to do, everything from catching them, turning them into dog food. And there's even some chefs in that out there that try to turn them into some sort of delicatessens and that to eat. And I'm like, yeah, I think I'll pass. I like my steak a little too much.
Okay, and so just the disclaimer about the cicada is I came across another article from NPR that said a fungus is pushing cicada sex into hyperdrive and leaving them dismembered. So
wait, what?
A fungus is pushing the cicada sex into hyperdrive and leaving them dismembered. I don't know about you. I don't care what kind of fungus it is. I don't want to eat it.
Cicada sex? To lose their members?
It's pushing cicada sex into hyperdrive and leaving them dismembered.
So is that to imply they're getting it on so much they're losing their member? Is that the way I interpret that?
Laura's shaking her head out there, isn't she?
Is that like the praying mantis that as soon as they're done, the male loses his head?
Laura's out there going, what is wrong with these people?
Well, I mean, again, that's very European.
Bugs on drugs.
If you're gonna eat it, it's very European. I mean, don't forget, the French are very strange. They eat sparrows. God only knows why they want to eat sparrows. But they also eat snails, and they also eat frogs' legs.
Sparrows.
Well, frogs, I can understand. That's a little bit of a delicatessen around here.
You think
sparrows, though? Birds like that?
It's breaking. Don't tell me you've ever ate a frog.
Frog legs are actually pretty good. That's almost like a bar food around here. Heck, man, you haven't lived till you had like crawdads and smelt and things like that. All sorts of stuff you get out of the old creek.
Isn't that too? It helps your help me out. I know it. You know it. Breaking. It helps your What do you get out of fish? For
omega-3 fatty acids.
Omegas. You get your omegas, 3s and 6s, isn't it?
Well, I'm sure it's possible.
Yeah. Hold up here, right? I'm grassing you two up. I'm grassing you up to Miss Piggy, right? And I'm gonna be. Listen, we're gonna have to come out in defence of the frogs here. Keck Rangel, we need to get defense. We need to get defensive action to protect Kermit here, right? Because it's now been stated that Americans eat frogs, right?
Peppy. Run, Peppy, run!
Yeah.
We'll have to. We'll see him somewhere. In fact, I can't think of anything more disgusting than eating a frog.
Well, I was thinking today, I'm going to have the hubs show me how to shoot. If this meat shortage keep happening, I'm going to have to go find me some rabbits and squirrels.
Well, yeah, you don't want to shoot frogs with a bird shot. It might be a little bit overkill. You might want to drop down to maybe a bow and arrow.
So is there actually a meat shortage?
So what happened is this, Dee Dee, our infrastructure is probably under attack, right?
Yeah.
What came out since Memorial Day weekend here is that GBS, which is a major supplier, it's one of 4 or 5 major hubs net for a lot of meat distribution, meat packing plants, that everything's been centralized. The central planners have narrowed it down to 4 or 5 for us. Basically, they had a malware attack. Now, gee, where have we heard that before? It sounds an awful lot like our Colonial Pipeline for fuel distribution and that, like we just had in the East Coast here recently, right? And oh, by the way, what did we have back in February with Texas with the electrical blackout? That's same sort of thing. And mind you, Dee Dee, I don't know if you paid attention, but Cyber Polygon is an exercise net that is coming up here in June, which is also an operation that they ran last June, deploying the Russian banksters and everybody else, going through all these scenarios and wargaming, if you will, behind the scenes, kind of like what Event 201 was for the whole COVID business. But yeah, they're actively going against our infrastructure through malware, cyber attacks, and everything else, trying to basically cut us off at the knees and try and starve the population so that we accept socialism. I mean, that's what you typically do in order to break the will of the people, is starve them, right?
Yeah. That is exactly what they're doing.
So yeah, that's been going on. Apparently, the 13 facilities that were taken offline, I think they were all beef facilities. They do beef, pork, and chicken, all of them. But the ones in that were taken off, the updated story here today suggests that they're supposed to be back online here today, I believe. So this is a new future, folks. Everything being online, right? Everything cyber, everything from your vaccine passport to how you get into commerce, et cetera, et cetera. Everything is going to be online. If you think for 1 second, and here's a stupid thing, Dee Dee, an article just out today out of the EU proclaiming that your data is going to be absolutely safe with the EU vaccine passport is absolute BS. Yeah. Absolute BS. This is what they're proclaiming. This was a story out of the EU here today. They said they've got like 19 member states and that jumping aboard. They're really having a tough time getting it to go at this point. But this is a sort of crap we're going to have to deal with right here. Every damn thing is going to be hacked, and you're going to be thwarted in every sense all the way through.
Hey guys, I jumped back in because there was something I had that I wanted to show. I was going to do it when Sunny came on, because we were talking about CRT and it's kind of what's happening in the school system. So I want you all to look at this. Now listen, Ben Shapiro's pissed me off because his push of the vax. I do not care for that stuff. I don't care for anybody that pushes it, but I found this on his stream. I want all of you to watch what they're pushing to kindergartners. Okay. This is in America, by the way. Remember the last bastion of stand up law? This is in America.
Parents at New York City's elite private Dalton School have come out in force against videos dealing with the topic of masturbation that were shown to their first grade children. Parents who sent their kids to the $55,000 a year school have bombarded the school with complaints about Dalton Director of Health and Wellness, Justine Eng Fonte's curriculum, the New York Post reported. Fonte showed 6-year-olds a cartoon during her sex ed class that featured small children discussing touching themselves because, quote, it feels good. Here's what that cartoon sounded like.
How come my penis gets big sometimes and points up in the air?
That's called an erection.
Sometimes I touch my penis because it feels good.
Sometimes when I'm in my bath or when Mom puts me to bed, I like to touch my vulva too. You have a clitoris there, Kayla, that probably feels good to touch the same way Keith's penis feels good when he touches it. But have you ever noticed that older kids and grown-ups don't touch their private parts in public?
They don't?
That's right, Keith. It's okay to touch yourself and see how different body parts feel, but it's best to only do it in private.
I mean, first of all, I just have a question. Since that seems kind of judgmental to me. I mean, so long as they're teaching kids about masturbation in first grade, I don't see why it should only be in private. I mean, shouldn't we learn from the innocence of the children? And truly, if you're on the radical left and you believe that this sort of stuff should be taught to the children, why? I mean, really, isn't that, why are you teaching them shame? Are you kink shaming these children?
Okay, I don't want to go on. I want you, that was shown to 6-year-olds. 6-year-olds.
Yeah, out of the Gateway Pundit, they also had that Lego just released the LGBTQ Lego project, and it has what do you call it? One of the I can't think of the word. You know, the guys that dress up as women.
Transgenders.
Drag queens.
Drag queen. It has a drag queen in the kit, the Lego kit.
Well, this is what I'm stressing. This is what I'm saying. They are sexualizing your children. They're teaching them to touch themselves at 6 years old. They're teaching them it's okay if you're a boy, if you want to be a girl, if you're a girl, you want to be a boy. They're teaching this to kids that think they're Superman and can jump off the roof and fly. They're also out the other side of their mouth teaching cultural appropriations. They're not old enough to pick their Halloween costumes, but they're old enough to change their gender. And now they're pushing for the fact that they're going to put these kids on drugs, and they don't even have to tell their parents. I'm telling you this, you want to talk about my war? This is my war. This is my war. Look at what they've managed to do in 30 years, 40 years to these teachers. They've indoctrinated now the people teaching your children. And this is what we're getting. So that's all. That's why, again, why I'm doing what I'm doing tomorrow. Wherever, I don't care who I got to ride on top of. If I find anybody that will come on here and talk to me about these kids that know what they're doing and they're activists and work their ass off at Capitol Hill to stop it, I will bring them on and I'll go over whoever I need to go over. Like, I mean, as far as show goes, I can't, like, because it's hard for me to try and work around everybody being on air. Like, this can't do it sometimes. But, like, that's why it's important. What they are doing, that's why I ask Daddy all the time. I used to, and I haven't in a while. I was curious to see what happens over there across the pond, because you have all this influction of the Muslim population that, you know, these that believe in Islam, right? And then you have the other side that's pushing all these LGBTQ rights. The Muslims do not believe in, you know, LGBTQ gay. There's the one that sold the gay people off the buildings. That's just facts, YouTube. That's facts. Look at the Quran. Look at what they preach. Look at what they practice. Well, so I wondered what happened in the UK when they butt heads. Which side's going to win?
Well, just to let you know, we've got an election in Batley and Spen up the north of England. I'll be up there Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, probably. Getting ready and delivering leaflets and speaking and driving around in my car. But this, George Galloway, as you know, is standing for the Muslim population up there. And what he says, laughably, a voice for the voiceless, and he's talking about Islam. Let me tell you something. The only voiceless people I know are the English. And let me just show you this other quick one on there. Again, let me make sure I can bring this up. Touch with this on there. And again, just have a look at that T-shirt. This is BFD Bandit. He's actually in, he should be in a chat somewhere. And what you're seeing in England is my country. There it is. What a beautiful flag that is. West Yorkshire is my county. There you go. So I'm just letting everyone know that. I'm going to pull that off the screen as we speak. Right, I've got to go now, people. So I'm really obliged and I'm really grateful for breaking Spectre, for staying through the show and having that chat. It is good when we actually have a conversation all together. Thank you, Sunny Days Ahead. And Laura, thank you, darling, for everything you do for this show.
Cheers, Diddy.
You're so cute. I love you too, Daddy.
Bye.
You're my favorite Englishman.
Thank you.
All right.
All right. Sonny, get out of your hair.
All right.
Yeah, we'll get out of your way. I didn't mean to stomp everybody
Hey,
out.
I'm flexible. Hey, no. Good, Sharon. Good to
All
know.
right, and well, I will leave you with one more thing. Then this is one other thing I had pulled. I'll show you this. It's pissed me off. South Carolina jury finds black man who confessed to killing a white man not guilty of murder. Spends less than 2 hours in deliberation. I'm going to tell you something. This man right here admitted he walked up to this guy who was sitting in his truck. He admitted he walked up to him and tried to take his truck. It said in this article that he walked up, said he tried to get a ride. The first thing he admitted to was that he tried to steal his truck. That he said the black guy said he watched the white dude reach for something in his pocket and it scared him. Therefore, he unloaded 8 rounds into this man, shot him a couple times in the face and shoulder, killed him. He admitted to doing all this, and then the jury acquitted him. Dude walked out of jail.
Oh my
He killed this
gosh.
77-year-old man that used to be a volunteer fire chief, and this man walked. So you better watch what's happening in your city, in your town, because that's disgusting. When you have somebody admit
Yeah.
that, because I think that's what it says in the closing arguments. It says during closing arguments on Thursday, the 14th Circuit Solicitor Doofy Stone wove together a story of frustration. Durham searching for a ride when he came across Stevens. He sees a target, Stone said, a 77-year-old man alone with a running truck. What a great fortune for Devon Dunham, a vulnerable elderly man by himself. Stone alleged Dunham walked up to Stevens, told him to give him the truck, then unloaded all 8 rounds of his 9mm handgun when Stevens tried to drive away. He shot Mr. Stevens because he was losing his ride, Stone claimed, adding, "Here's no argument of the facts because most of what I told you, Devon Dunham told you in his admission to police." Pay attention, guys. Pay attention.
Crazy.
Yeah, it's disgusting. I'm telling you, I pay attention to the little stuff like that. And by the way, just for any of those, this came out too. You've probably already seen this. This happened again in Chinatown. This happened on 2 days ago. There'll be a woman that walks this direction, left, walking down. Then he turns around and says, "Why did you hit me?" to somebody completely off camera. Nothing to do with this lady. She's coming from a completely different direction. Here she comes right here in the page. What? Now look at it. He turns around and says, "Why did you hit me for?" Somebody behind him. She's coming from this direction. Knocked her out cold.
You okay?
That's what happens when you shut down mental health facilities. And promote homelessness. But all right, girl, I'm gonna get out of your way. I love your show because I love that you bring up stuff that just so we can give this man his 15 minutes of or 2 minutes of fame. They caught up with him. Somebody from the market or restaurant staff followed him.
Oh, good.
That's him.
Good, they caught him. Well, hopefully something happens with him.
Well, I hope so, but if it's anything like what's been going on, they'll just bail him out, release him, and then he's already been arrested like 17 times.
Oh gosh.
I'm serious. Yeah, 17 prior arrests. 17 prior arrests. 17. Now, a weird number, and I know ironic number, but yeah, 17 times, including 8 times for assault and arson last year alone.
Wow.
All right, have a good show, honey. I'll be listening to
All
the
right.
side. Thanks, everybody. Sorry, had to show that cartoon.
Oh,
I think I'm gonna pick
sure.
it up and show it tomorrow night too. But that stuff, I'm just telling you. You think it's bad? It's 10 times worse than you can imagine.
It
All right,
is.
honey. I'll talk to you later. Have a good show.
All right.
Bye,
Hey,
dear.
everyone. Hello. Hey, 5x5. Good night and God bless to the English people that are headed off to sleep. If you're sticking around, great, wonderful. And just saying hi to everyone. Glad to see you here. Thanks for hanging around. Go ahead and grab. I am going to do clips today. I do have a few stories, headlines, just a few things I wanted to share, make you aware of if you're not aware of already. One was this, let's see, I'll block that. Daddy Dragon had mentioned this on Sunday, and I almost interrupted him because I thought the opposite was true. But I want to just say that what he said is true. What you need to know about COVID-19 vaccines and blood donation eligibility, because there was some stuff going around that they were not taking COVID-19 vaccination blood, but that is not true. Yes, individuals may donate blood after COVID-19 vaccination. This is exactly what Daddy Dragon said. So that is something to watch out for. And there was this. This was a little older now, but killer drone hunted down a human target without being told to. This was supposedly a Turkish military drone hunted a human target in Libya last year without being ordered to do so. And this was, it was originally out of New York Post by this Paula Freilich. You know, take that for what it is, but it's very interesting, you know, that they would use these drones and that supposedly it hunted down a human target last year and attacked them without being specifically ordered to. And, you know, they're continuing to push us into tech world. And then there was also Biden put out an EEOC, says your employer can force you to get vaccinated. I am seeing this go around. I was hoping that OSHA would save us. And, you know, it's been the ADD, it's been OSHA, it's, you know, a lot of them seem to be caving or, you know, whatever you want to call it, they're doing, but it's the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission says there's nothing in federal law that can prevent an employer from compelling employees to be vaccinated in order to work. However, the EEOC also said that for employees who have a religious objection or a physical disability that prevents them from receiving the vaccine, an employer must provide reasonable accommodations. So, you know, you guys research this, check into it before you have to deal with it. I personally am keeping an eye on it because, you know, I'm trying to get this information out to family members who are dear to me and don't understand really what's going on. Or just don't have the means to research. So this was some good news, I thought, out of NTD. Black Lives Matter St. Paul founder says he resigned after learning the ugly truth. So I thought that was kind of interesting. Black Lives Matter chapter founder in Minnesota has resigned, claiming that the organization isn't concerned about helping Black communities or helping improve the education quality in Minneapolis, according to a video published last week. So I thought that was very interesting, and I'm hoping that news gets out there a little bit more. Let's see, what else did I have? You know, I think I'm going to skip this stuff. It's just more gobbledygook about what's going on and all. So I do have this, let's see, I might have just closed it. Let's see. Thanks. Let me open a new tab. I don't want to lose my Twitter because I don't want to reopen it if I don't have to. It makes me log in all the time. This was an interesting clip. This was in some news, different news spaces. And here we go. So that is Mama Bear meet Dog Mama. The power of adrenaline, folks. I tell you, oh my gosh, that was just crazy. I thought the clip was done, but it says it's 44 seconds. But I don't know if they doubled the clip or not, but holy moly, that's just wow. So I'm going to show a variety of clips. I just show clips because I like getting different perspectives. It's not necessarily that I agree with them. I just really like to hear different messages. So this, I won't play very much of it. This came out of Minnesota, but you can liken it to any place where there's children that are having to wear masks. I cried the whole way through it. I'm not going to play the whole thing. I'm just going to play a few ditties of it, and then I will throw it into chat.
Masks make me sad because I can't see my friends' faces. The masks make me feel sick because they bother me quite a lot.
I'm going to stop at 2 because it's licensed.
I am in 4th grade. When I went to public school, I wore a mask, and the mask gave me really bad headaches. Sometimes I would come home crying because they were so bad. But I switched to distance learning, and now I'm feeling it. And it's also really hard to interact with some of the kids on there, and it's hard to make friends on the Google Meets.
Holy moly, folks. I even choked up a little bit again. I will drop that into chat. Again, my heart just goes out to these little kids and these parents. What are we doing to these children? Holy smokes. Breaking. I did control myself breaking, but barely. I know someone played taps the other day on air, and I pretty much lost it. So... yeah, I can tend to be an emotional one. It does get to me. I will not lose my humanity because of these monsters. I will continue to feel and have emotions. I can't turn my emotions off. I won't act on those emotions and be all, lefty screaming liberal, but it does hurt. So I found this for breaking 911. It was an hour ago. It says children 12 and 14 use AK-47s, other guns in shooting rampage on Florida deputies. The only reason I'm pulling this up is because folks, what the narrative out of this is going to, be. So get ready for it. So Sheriff Mike Chitwood told reporters at a news conference outside the property's gates that the sustained armed assault on law enforcement from 2 children was something I've never seen in 35 years of policing. So that story is out there, and, I'm sure other narratives and, other parts of the story is going to come out too. I'm going to skip that one. I don't know if you've seen this, and, again, of course, I'm bringing it to you because this is what I saw. I have my own opinions about this. I'm not a fan. So it's licensed, so I will be stopping it.
Now, I know you said, and I completely agree with you, that it's the right of every American to decide if they want to be vaccinated or not. But do you think we should require healthcare workers who are exposed to patients to be vaccinated?
Well, I think we should certainly try and convince them. Look, I'm a big fan of the vaccine. I was the one that got it done in record time, less than 9 months. Everyone said it would take 3 years, 5 years.
Okay, and it is licensed, folks, so I'm stopping it, and then I'll play the rest of it.
And it's why people are getting better now. We not only did that, we also ordered billions of dollars worth of it before we even knew if it worked, and that was one of the best bets ever made because they wouldn't have their vaccinations yet. But I think having workers, at least convincing them to try and do it, because I believe in the freedom, I believe in all of that, but the vaccine really has been unbelievably effective, and it's saving this country, it's saving the world. So yeah, I mean, it's something that hopefully you could convince people to do it. Keeping always freedom in mind, but convince people to do it.
Make out of that what you will. I need to hear both sides. I don't want things to be sugar coated or look polished. I want to know, both sides of the stories. And that's what I'm going to try to bring to you. So Breaking mentioned this, I believe, on him and Soko. It will not be returning. Trump blog page shut down for good. And of course, depending on where you read, it WAPO's jumped on it and that kind of thing. But this one was, let's see, according to Washington Post, Trump was frustrated the site did not have larger engagement and people mocked it on traditional social media platforms. Who knows? Trump's senior advisor, Jason Miller, told The Hill that the blog was auxiliary to the broader efforts we have and are working on, adding it will not be returning, hoping to have more information on the broader efforts soon, but I do not have a precise awareness of timing, Miller said in an email to CNBC. And then he put out a tweet that says, yes, it has been taken down. Stay tuned. So there was that. Let's see. I did catch this on Breaking 911 when I was pulling some of these. West Virginia to give away guns, trucks, and piles of cash as a part of vaccination incentive. This is just so over the top crazy. I just continue to ask why? Why? I saw this. I had got a chuckle out of it. I hope you get a chuckle. I think we're in need of laughs. At least I know I am. This was from Salty Crystal. If you're not following her, she is a great, I love her tweets. She gives me a lot of laugh. And she also has a lot of profound threads she does, in my opinion. I thought that was pretty funny. Those creative people are so funny. Oh my goodness. Yeah, so this was just another, so their take on it, ooh, another Trump failure. After just 29 days, he shut down his revolutionary social platform. And this Mike Malice tweeted out, cathedral operatives alternate between Trump is the most dangerous person in America and Trump is powerless and irrelevant, often within minutes of each other. That is what they constantly do to us on all this news and, all these stories. So, in my opinion, anyway, moving on, I do have some videos that are just here and there. So.
You can look around too.
With that,
That would be great for the elderly, wouldn't it?
No, he's on a virtual roller coaster.
Whoa! I'm just about to go way down. Whoa! 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 Whoa!
He must have a really good one because when I tried one of these once, it really wasn't that to me, but maybe they've improved them. I don't know. We'll see. This was kind of a neat message. I don't know.
Sent me something awesome, so I was just going to share it with you. If you take this basketball right here, you put it in my hands, yeah, it's worth about $15. That's it. But you put that basketball in the hands of LeBron James, it's worth about 30 or 40 million. You take this football right here, you put it in my hands, it's worth about, I don't know, $10, $11 probably. You put it in the hands of Peyton Manning, it's worth about $50, $60 million. Depends on whose hands it is. You take this golf club right here, you put it in my hands, it might be worth $50 maybe. You put it in the hands of Tiger Woods though, it's worth 80 million. You see, it depends on whose hands it in. If I have a stick in my hand, a rod in my hand, I might beat away an animal or a wild animal or something trying to come at me. But you put it in the hands of Moses and it parted the Red Sea. You put a slingshot in my hands, it just becomes a kid's toy. You put it in the hands of King David and he slays a giant with it. See, it depends on whose hand it is in. And, 2 fishes and 5 loaves of bread would feed me with some bread left over. You put it in the hands of Jesus and it feeds thousands. Depends on whose hands that it's in. If I had a couple nails in my hand right now, I might would build you a birdhouse if you're lucky. Might nail down a piece of wood. But you put them same nails in Jesus' hands, and it leads to salvation and eternal life for folks who love him and folks who trust him. You see, it depends on whose hands that it's in. And your worries and your cares and the things that's got you stressed out, if you leave them in your hands, that's all they're ever going to be. But if you put them same worries and cares and your problems in the hands of Christ, he's going to see you through it. He's going to take care of every need that we got. Y'all take care and have a blessed day. But just remember, it depends on whose hands that it's in. Give everything you got to God and let him handle it for you. Take care.
I just thought that was an interesting perspective. And for me, it just reminded me to let go some of those things and not hold on to so much. I can't save the world. Sometimes I think I carry the world on my shoulders, and I need to stop that because I obviously can't change it. So I can just only do my thing. I thought this was really interesting. I'll just play it. Thought that was beautiful. Oh my gosh, cool. And so I do follow a few people from Minnesota on Twitter, and this was just I wish we would have masked sooner, in quotes by Governor Tim Walz. I don't know if any of you have read these emails that have come out about Fauci or that from him, but this one was, masks are really for infected people to prevent them from spreading infection to people who are not infected, rather than protecting uninfected people from acquiring infection. The typical mask you buy in the drugstore is not really effective in keeping out virus, which is small enough to pass through the material. How many people got kicked off and censored for saying that, but it's in his emails. So then back to the email. It might, however, provide some slight benefit in keeping out gross droplets if someone coughs or sneezes on you. I do not recommend that you wear a mask, particularly since you are going to a very low risk location. Your instincts are correct. Money is best spent on medical countermeasures such as diagnostics and vaccines. Safe travels. Best regards. Tony. Yeah. All right. This is also licensed, but interesting. I'm not sure who this Tito Ortiz resigns from Huntington Bay City Council, but I found his speech interesting.
I would like to inform you that I am resigning from my position as Mayor Pro Tem, City Councilman with the City of Huntington Beach, effective June 1st, 2021. I ran for this position with hopes to better my community, work on my constituents, and give them a voice, making our beautiful city safe and clean, and to ensure a bright future for my children. I was under the notion that I was in a bipartisan position and that we all had the common goal that our city and our
I was muted.
constituents
I said
could
he
have.
went into it. He says he went into it to try to help people.
To put it frankly, that's not the case. From day one, I was sworn in and I was met with hostility and judgment. Being in a public figure, nothing is new. However, to be so focused of character assassination each and every week with multiple news stories and leaked personal information.
So in my opinion, he's talking about dirty politics, leaked personal information, attacks.
All in which were in hopes to slander and defame my name. I thought I was up to this job, but I knew I had over 40,000 constituents who were there counting on me. As of recent, the attacks against me have moved into involved my family. I now feel for their safety is in danger. To put it simply,
so now his family to him is in danger, and he's going on about the job.
Isn't working for me. I'm sorry to let down many of my supportive HB constituents, and I pray they'll understand. Sincerely, Tito Ortiz. At this time, I'd like to thank you, Michael Gates, for what you've done and what you continue to do. Eric Peterson, thank you very much. Chief Harvey, amazing job as a chief, HBPD, Huntington Beach Fire Department.
I'll stop it there. But do you know who this Tito Ortiz is? I probably should have. Is he a sports figure or something? Maybe you all know out in live chat. I do not know who he might be. You know what? Actually, I'll just even look him up real quick. Tito Ortiz. Ortiz. Was he some kind of a sports figure? Oh, he's a mixed martial artist and politician. Got it. I see. Okay, that's interesting. And even he couldn't take the heat. Wow. All right, moving on. I found this interesting. Biden's been saying, his speeches on TV about different racial stuff. So.
Hey everybody, I just wanted to let you know that we are an interracial couple and Joe Biden is wrong. We do not sell soap on TV. We're just normal, everyday people like anybody else. The man I don't think he has a black friend. He might have black acquaintances, but he definitely has no black friends. Otherwise, he'd know that black people are no different than white people.
Yeah, because we have a CPA, we have lawyers, we have doctors, we have a couple homes. Hey,
yeah,
Joe, stop being stupid. We know you're racist, bottom line.
He's been a racist since way back when.
He was born into it. He spoke at Bird's funeral.
Yeah, he did.
Biden is racist.
And he's a segregationist. And all the people that were clapping in the background, oh, Joe, we finally don't have a racist in the White House anymore, when they have an outright racist in the White House.
He's up on the platform talking about black interracial couples selling soap.
On TV commercials.
On TV. And we got all this going on in America. Inflation rising, gas prices are rising, and he's worrying about commercials.
He's not worried about them. He just had to point out, you could tell it bothers him. It bothers him that interracials are on TV commercials.
He's probably like, damn, another one. Oh, they're selling soap.
Oh God, there goes the white race. Anyhow,
I found that pretty interesting. Just perspectives from common citizens, common everyday citizens, and what they think of that person in the White House. So then there was this one, burn your mask for a free beer, only in Wisconsin.
All right, hey, and Sheriff, please, by all means.
Sorry about that. Sorry about that.
All right, hey, and Sheriff, please, by all means. Never again. Now, folks, line up. We've got tickets. If you burn your mask, you get a freedom beer on Bob, okay? So burn your mask. Get your ticket over here. Yeah.
Dang, Bob, thanks for the free beer. I'll burn a mask. And this one is the dirty truth. Josh is still on Twitter. The vaccines has created 9 new billionaires and given 8 already billionaires extra $32 billion to mess around with. All totaled, it brought in about $51 billion. Yeah. And then there was this. Patriot sings the Star Spangled Banner to a table of World War II veterans.
That our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star
Wow, what a beautiful voice. Holy moly. And then this was just a clip. How often do you see something like this? So when I see nature clips, I often watch them because I probably will never see something like this in real life.
Daddy, anything in this world that you want to be, right? Don't Daddy teach you that?
Yeah, and it doesn't matter if you're black or white or any color.
Doesn't matter if you're black, white, brown, yellow. Right?
Black.
And how we treat people is based on who they are and not what color they are.
And if they're nice and smart.
See, this is how children think right here. Critical race theory wants to end that. Not with my children. It's not gonna happen. You can.
I'm sorry, I clicked it.
Brown, yellow, right?
Black.
Them and just say it doesn't matter if you're white either.
And how we treat people is based on who they are and not what color they are.
And if they're nice and smart.
See, this is how children think right here. Critical race theory wants to end that. Not with my children. It's not gonna happen. My baby's gonna know that no matter what she wants to be in life, all she has to do is work hard, and she can become that.
Work hard, even though you don't know anyone. You can make friends.
Yeah, you can make friends, no matter what color they are. So we need to stop CRT. Period. Point blank. Children do not see skin color, man. They love everybody. If they're good people, they love them.
We pray for people that are hurt.
Well, that was nice. I like that video. And then there was this one.
Just thinking, I find it amusing that there's still people out there that claim that conservatives are part of this cult. Yet here's the thing, Trump encouraged people to get the vaccine, but I'm still not getting it. Biden encouraged people to wear masks, and they did. He's also been a big voice about the vaccine, and people are getting it. Yeah, he says get the vaccine or wear a mask. He says if you get the vaccine, no need for the mask. And what do y'all do? You do exactly as he says. Let me ask another question. When did standing up for your rights and fighting for your freedom become only a right thing? When did that become a Trump supporter thing? Because last I checked, that's an American thing to do. And right now the government has way too much control, in my opinion. So the reason that some of us are not wearing the mask and not getting the vaccine is because we're not part of a cult. We will do as we please.
Yeah, what he said. So this one is I found interesting too, and this one might be licensed. It does look like somebody filmed it, so I'll pause on this one.
Glibly about science. What is science? People coming out of a university with a master's degree or a PhD, you take them into the field, and they literally don't believe anything unless there's a peer-reviewed paper. It's the only thing they accept. And you say to them, but let's observe, let's think, let's discuss. They don't do it. It's just, is it?
He's talking about science, but I think this is further than that. It's in all areas of life.
In a peer-reviewed paper or not. That's their view of science. I think it's pathetic. Gone into universities as bright young people. They come out of them brain dead, not even knowing what science means. They think it means peer-reviewed papers, etc. No, that's academia. And if a paper is peer-reviewed, it means everybody thought the same, therefore they approved it.
I'm not sure who this person is either.
An unintended consequence is that when new knowledge emerges, new scientific insights, they can never, ever be peer-reviewed. So we're blocking all new advances in science that are big advances. If you look at the breakthroughs in science, almost always they don't come from the center of
Again, I have to stop because of the license.
that profession. They come from the fringe. The finest candle makers in the world couldn't even think of electric lights. They don't come from within. They often come from outside the breaks. We're going to kill ourselves because of stupidity.
Well, I kind of thought he had a point. So the premise of this is, it says video like 3 on it, I think part 3. I don't know, I could not find 1 and 2, but lawyer serves supermarket manager with cease and desist order regarding stores' unconstitutional masking requirements.
About all these regarding the face masks. I'm not interested in talking. Well, I'm not interested. You've got a notice to serve you for the cease and desist order. Your masks are not only unethical, but they're unconstitutional. They violate several civil rights violations regarding. You're asking me to leave the property, a grocery store. Yes, stop recording. And you don't want it to be recorded. Why is that, Bill? Because it's private property. Private property? I thought we could shop here. Okay, well, we'll leave, but I need you to get that to your CEO, and I will be back in 7 days to see that all these signs are removed.
I found that interesting that they, say that it's private property, you have to leave. But yet it's open to the public. Interesting. I'm not sure about that. I think there's going to be more lawsuits. Let's see. I do not know who this is, but he said this.
And I'm not, wouldn't want to be identified, and I won't name the people that he called out, but he told me something very interesting, and I think this sheds some light on this dynamic as well. So this individual had worked in reality TV. He'd worked on some of these bloody awful, garbage reality TV programs that we have. And he named 3 well-known reality TV celebs, or well-known for people that watched.
I'm going to stop this too, because it looks like it's from maybe rebel.com.
These things. I was familiar with 2 of the names. I hadn't heard of the 3rd. And he said he knows these people personally. And he was having a conversation with them recently. And they each revealed that they've been paid £70,000 by the UK government to help promote the official line on COVID. And this included them stating that a family member had contracted the virus.
What? You mean they were paid to lie to the common folk? Huh?
So they hadn't.
Yeah.
They were just paid to lie and to state that somebody in their family had got COVID, and to basically virtue signal to their fans and say, this disease is no joke. Do what you're told by the government. Put on your masks. Socially distance. Don't have people around your house. Don't go to the pub.
Again, folks, I just bring these clips. I don't know who these people are. I don't know if they're truth tellers or not. I'm just sharing. I did find this one interesting.
What we want to agree is that instead of vaccinating the whole world by 2024 or 2025, which is the current, what we'd achieve on the current timetable, we need to get this done by the end of next year, by 2022. What we need, I think, is a global.
So they're definitely pushing it. It was 2024, and now they're trying to move it up to 2022.
Treaty on pandemic preparedness. And to go back to the question the excellent question you were asking about the origins of the disease, we need zoonotic research hubs. We need to know where the new zoonotic diseases might be arising. We need to have a global network of surveillance for pandemics. We need to have rules so that there can be no
ugly stuff he's talking about.
Interruptions of supplies across borders, so that we have secure supply chains for the things that we depend on in future. And clearly we need to have agreements on issues such as vaccine passports, COVID status certification, and the rest.
Boris needs to go brush his hair. And then this is on a Breitbart. Amazon has introduced a small box called Amazon for employees to sit in for their mental well-being. The kiosk was immediately mocked across social media as a despair closet. Social media mocks Amazon's health kiosk as despair closet. So I'll pull this up quick just to get an idea of what it is. The Guardian reports that the e-commerce giant Amazon has introduced a human-sized box featuring an interactive kiosk where workers can watch videos about mental health and mindfulness practices. The booth is referred to as Amazon and is described by Amazon as a place for employees to go and focus on their mental well-being. Yikes. And then there was this. It says, from yesterday's Unite for Freedom March in London, powerful testimony here.
You're the image and likeness of God. You were born free. Don't let them take your freedoms away from you, and protect the children. No conditions let them have that vaccine. It kills people. I've known since January 've been asked to pray for 50 people who have died. I've been a nun for 28 years, and all my life I've never been asked for anybody to pray for anybody who's died or even been injured by a vaccine. Only once in 2015, a young girl. But since January this year, 2021, 50 people we've been asked to pray. 50 people we've been asked to pray for who have died from the vaccine. Okay? In London? In London, in England, and in Ireland, a couple of people overseas as well. God bless you. Yeah. God bless you. Well done, well done. Have courage. We're praying for you. Have courage. Okay? We need.
Wow. If true, wow. This is from Alex Lanes. She put this out for Memorial Day weekend.
Maybe we respect our nation's leaders, to respect those that serve and sacrifice, but it's a disgrace to have them not acknowledge the reasons for this weekend, finding it more important to post a photo of yourself telling everyone to enjoy the long weekend without mention as to why we have it. So let me enlighten you. It's Memorial Day weekend. And Memorial Day is to remember and honor those that sacrificed their life for this country, the same country that you serve as vice president. You are held to a higher standard. To not acknowledge the sacrifices by our fallen is a slap in the face to anyone that laid down their life for this country and anyone that lost someone serving it. Right now, America is honoring our fallen while you honor yourself. Long weekend isn't even close to what leaders of America should be captioning their posts going into Memorial Day, let alone posting a selfie at that. As long as you're vice president, as long as this administration is in charge, in my opinion, this country's not worth dying for. And I pray to God my husband never has to die for your freedoms because you don't deserve it. And I pray that as Americans, we never forget why we have the freedoms we have. And we never forget those that gave the ultimate sacrifice. And I suggest that you do the same.
Just have met Alex online, and her husband is in the service. So on a lighter note, a much lighter note, the real reason why you let sleeping dogs alone. I wonder what that is. And I don't believe there's sound. Yes, she learned why you leave sleeping dogs lie. And then there was this.
You see this? We want this. We love this. But this, yeah, we don't need this.
As a member of the African American community, we would like to humbly decline your offer. Since you don't want your own race, maybe the Hispanics will take you instead. So sorry, you have been declined.
Thank you for the referral on that, but the Hispanic community, we're going to have to pass on that. You could check the Asians, though.
As a representative of the Asian community, after careful consideration, unfortunately, we cannot take her. She will also be banned from ever taking out Chinese again. Though, we will offer her up to the Indians.
After a not-so-thorough examination and as a member of the Indian community, we would also like to humbly deny this offer. Maybe the Egyptians would be interested.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but there's no way. Gotta pass this one back to the white boys.
No.
You see this?
Oh my gosh, these people that put this stuff out there. And then there was this recently, controversial shirt. Candace Cameron just wore on The View, shows why we need more like her as role models. So her controversial shirt was, you guessed it, she said, "Jesus saves, bro." Apparently that was controversial. I'm going to skip that one. And again, I like the animal videos.
Hey, hey, hey! Ini apa ini goreng.
They saved it, but they had to scare it because it was angry or scared, I guess, probably scared. Wow. And then there was this little, if you can be offended by a cartoon, a lady on a syrup bottle, a man on a rice box, you may be the problem. Just something to think about. I see in YouTube chat, Tracy is asking, can I share the link on celebrities? Yes, I can. I will go and pull that up. Sorry if I'm making you dizzy. Let's see, I'll pull it. And I do see somebody asking, is Salty on tonight? Let me think. Salty may be on late tonight, but I do believe she is not on tonight. You can find her schedule on Patriot Soapbox website. It's patriotsoapbox.com. And the schedule is on there. I believe she is on Tuesday. Oh, no, she is. No, Tuesdays and Thursdays, I believe they are on at 8 Central, so, or 9 Central, 10 Eastern. Sorry about that. Okay, so let's see, where was I? Sorry if I'm making you dizzy when I scroll. I've only got a few minutes left. I thought this was kind of funny, came across this.
Cow chicken sign up. Are those two chickens? Oh, dude. Oh, dude. Oh, my God. Oh, that's unreal. Oh, there's more cows. There's more cows. Oh, my God. Oh, man, this is unreal. This is, oh, there's more chickens. There's more chickens. Oh. Oh, look at all the feathers. This is not happening. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. I can't believe this is happening right now.
I don't know if that was a setup or not, folks, but I thought that was hilarious. Eat more chickens and the chickens come in. The The cows are losing their udders and the chickens' feathers are flying. Oh my gosh, funny. And then this was sweet too.
That's cool.
Someone's lemon stand is about to get a little busier.
How you doing? Okay, let me go get some more cups.
He says, you wanted some business? We brought you some business. Oh my gosh, she hit the jackpot.
Thank you, guys.
That's so cool. And my time's up. Oh my goodness. That's funny.
I think we're still waiting on Adel. He should be here in a few minutes. I haven't gotten a text saying he'd be late, so
okay,
it'll probably just be about a minute and a half. How's it going, Sonny? How are you?
Wasn't that cool? I don't know if you got to see it, but the little lemonade stand. I mean, those little kids sit there for, hours upon hours and probably get maybe one person, if any. I mean, she hit the jackpot. These bikers pull up.
Oh yeah, it's awesome. It's good to see.
Love it. I'm good. How are you?
I'm great. This will be my first stream with my new computer, so I'm totally psyched. I don't have Soko, if you're listening, I don't have the credentials for the restream, so I can't get like the all-in-one live chat. So Soko, if you can send me the credentials for the restream, that would be awesome. But other than that, I've got everything set up, and it's amazing. I mean, let's see if I can share this real quick.
Oh, cool.
Can I just do a portion of my screen? Will it do it? Will it do it? Advanced portion of screen.
You are up in your game, man.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, here we go. All right. So I don't know if you can see. You should be able to see that.
I see. Look, what looks like the birds, and then your CPU stuff core.
Yeah, so I've got 12 cores here, and they're sitting at 4.2 gigahertz right now, but they will boost up to 4.7 when I'm doing stuff. Now,
holy mackerel!
To give you an idea of my other computer that I just replaced, basically, it only had 4 cores at pretty much the same clock speed. And then I upgraded my graphics card as well, which you can't even get these. The only reason I was able to get this is for the fact that it's a pre-built computer and it was already in there. So, and then I got 32 gigs of RAM. So that's what I just spent a bunch of money on.
So that's a lot. So it equals a lot of power and a lot of memory. Is that right?
Correct. It's absurdly fast. Just it's absurd. I don't even know what I would tell you to give you an idea of how fast this machine is, but it's ridiculous.
Zoom, zoom, zoom.
Yeah. What's up, Adel?
How's it going, guys? Happy Wednesday.
Happy Wednesday.
Hey.
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm fantastic. We just had an awesome show. Really good show. I don't know if it's just because the news today is so awesome or because we just were on point. But I felt like today's show is just a lot of fun over on the channel. So I'm fired up and ready to go, Pixels.
That's so awesome.
Yeah, Sunny days.
You too.
Yeah.
All right, guys, have a great show.
Oh,
see you, Sunny.
Bye-bye.
Real quick, before we start off, the Foxhole Gold Pill system is out, and this is the first time that I've been on a stream since it's been out. So I just want to take a second to say thank you to the whole team over at Pilled and in Foxhole who have put this together. It looks absolutely awesome. It's amazing. It's designed like the Lemon system on DLive, so it's something that we'll be familiar with. And it's just really, really cool. So to Methods and the whole team of people working on that, thank you guys. And to all of you who are gifting us already, Dale Bercier gifted the shades. He says, sending some love, no Cuomo. Well, we love you back. And Marco Lanon also gifted a can and said, boom, boys. I love it. And then over on DLive, we have Annette Walls donating a diamond. So thank you very much, Annette Walls. And PuppyCat01 donated a diamond as well. So guys, thank you very much for your support thus far. So Adel, how's your week been, man? What's going on?
My week is good, man. I don't have much to complain about, honestly. I live such a blessed life. I don't know what to say. I've been really good. This week's been awesome. This weekend I got to go up to Buffalo and have the memorial service for my grandma. She died in 2020, April of 2020, because of all the bullshit. You know, we never got together as a family. And I'm used to going up to Buffalo or seeing my family from Buffalo multiple times a year, and it was, you know, over a year and a half since we could all get together. We finally got closure on that. And ever since then, man, I feel like my step's been a little bit lighter, you know, like I've been,
Sure.
You know, just getting that closure. And it was just a great start to the week. And then today, man, to see the dam really start to break with these Fauci emails coming out, I am just thrilled, absolutely thrilled to see this kind of hit the mainstream. And I'm excited for the ramifications of where this is all going, big time. So
Very cool.
As far as the gold pills go, Pixels, as far as the gold pills go, I just got to show this. I wrote down the name of every individual person who donated during my show today. So this doesn't count. Like if someone donated twice, I didn't write their name twice. This is just unique names. Look at this. Do you see all these names? This is it
Wow.
took up, yeah. People have been absolutely loving the gold pill system. And I'll tell you what, man, you said hats off to the guys at pill.net, the developers, Methods, Scott, Woke Society, the Mats. Oh my God, the Mats. I mean, they're really the brains and the muscle behind all this. What they've created here has not existed. Like they have broken in the new space. This is a free speech friendly live streaming service with a working super chat. Pixels, this is the first time someone like you and me can get up here on a platform, say whatever we want, have people donate to the show, interact with super chat with no fear of reprisal, censorship, being shut down. It's the first place that we can feel good about setting up shop, like and not being worried about being put out of business. My God, I can't put into words how major this is. Like what
It is huge.
Like we haven't even realized yet. No one even knows about it. Like we have our group, our community that's been awesome, and you guys are amazing, but we're so small, mighty but small. Imagine what happens like as this grows, you know, and people like gravitate from DLive, you know, those that are still on YouTube, they gravitate from YouTube or Twitch or wherever they might be watching because they want to come and support a Patriot-owned platform that has all these features. First to market, working great. I'm so excited. The future is so bright, and this right here is a major breakthrough. So for all of you cucks at Media Matters, Right Wing Watch, and Daily Beast, and any you know rag left leaning internet hall monitor publication out there, go fuck yourselves. You can't shut us up anymore. You can't stop us. It's over, motherfuckers. We built it. We won.
Yeah,
that's it. That's all I have to say about it.
I just perfectly said, man. Perfectly said. I'm super stoked about it, and we've had a bunch of people donate while you were talking about it. So you guys are just amazing. Let's see here. We have Marco Lanon who said, "Boom boys." Mighty Patriot who said, "I'm loving the GP sis, which I'm not sure what you mean, but thank you for the can. EPH6 gifted shades and said, hope you're having a great day. Love you guys. Well, we love you back. And Hangover Gang Anon gifted shades and didn't say anything, but hey, I mean, Hangover Gang, that's a Tom McDonald thing, right? So are you a Tom McDonald fan? I'm a fan of Tom McDonald. I think he's pretty cool. QTP9 gifted a can and said, thanks for all you do. Love you. Well, thank you very, very, very much. And we love you back. And Lady Q gifted shades as well. They just keep coming in. All Vol said, looking forward to the show. So yeah, so are we. It's been another week here since we've been able to do this, and all you guys over there supporting us on D Live as well. We thank you from the bottom of our heart as well. So Adel, I have a confession to make, man. For the past 2 days, I have not looked at one bit of news. Not at all, because I've been, I went and spent $3,000 on a computer, and I was setting that up all day yesterday. I was literally up for a good 48 hours.
Damn.
Like no sleep. Went and drove an hour and a half to go get this machine and set it up. And I've just been diving headfirst into testing it and seeing what my $3,000 got me. So yeah, that's basically it. So with all this Fauci stuff, man, I'm gonna have you take the lead, and you'll be lucky enough to see my completely new reaction to it, I guess. I mean, let's see what's going on with Fauci. Is he in trouble, basically? Is that what's going on?
Well, I mean, he's exposed. Whether he's in trouble or not, I'm not going to hold my breath. But real fast, Dale Burse here says gold pills will destroy the Fed. Calling out like the Q drop. That's like gold will destroy the Fed. Gold pill.
Fantastic.
Oh, yeah, I love it. All right, Dr. Fauci. All right, let's get into it. All right, here we go. Where is my? Here, let me. So first, I'm going to just set it up. And for those of you that watched me earlier, you're going to hear me repeat a lot of stuff. So I apologize for that, but that's just kind of the nature of this game, doing 2 shows back to back. Firing Fauci does not go far enough. It's from Candace Owens. And I can't say it better than she did. So I've just been reading this over and over today. Firing Fauci does not go far enough. Anthony Fauci needs to be tried and put into federal prison. He ruined millions of lives via depression, bankruptcy, suicide, and preyed on children via school. He and many others have taken part in the crime of the century. We all knew it. So I start that off because everything she says is absolutely correct. And I'm going to read you some of what's come out, and I'm going to keep coming back to this. I'm probably going to read this tweet about 3 times over the next 10 minutes or so. Just to warn you guys, but those words, he ruined millions of lives via depression, bankruptcy, suicide, and preyed on children. I want you to think of all of that when we're going through this. How many businesses went under, the psychological damage to our society, masking people, teaching us to be afraid of each other's germs, for fuck's sakes. I want you to think about the millions of children in this country that'll grow up with autoimmune diseases and health issues from restricting their oxygen 8 hours a day during that period of their lives, that such important developmental period of their lives, restricting their oxygen by like 70%, 8 hours a day in school. I want you to think about the people who got depressed, committed suicide. I want you to think about the people who died unnecessarily due to not being allowed to get HCQ and Z-Pak due to political reasons. I want you to keep all of that at the top of your consciousness as we go through this, because what was revealed should have Fauci facing extreme consequences. Will he? No, because there is no justice in this country, and we live in a banana republic right now. Hate to say it, that's just the truth. That might change. We might take it back, and there might come a time where people like Fauci get hung up by their toenails like they're supposed to be. I say that figuratively as an expression, not real. But anyway, I just want you guys to consider all of that as we go through it, because that context is really important. So we'll start with Matt Walsh, and he goes to 2 Fauci emails here. It says 2 Fauci emails, and one he says masks are for sick people, and the other he admits that asymptomatic spread is rare. So why are people with no symptoms wearing masks for a year? It's almost like it was all a charade. Oh, you don't say. So we'll go into this, and it says, Kai, error in my statement to you. I meant to say that most transmissions occur from people who is symptomatic, not asymptomatic. I'm really tired, not much sleep these days. So answering a question, he's telling this person that asymptomatic spread is incredibly rare. So unless you are actually suffering at the hand of this, chances of you spreading it probably not going to happen. And then he goes on to say, Sylvia, masks are really for infected people to prevent them from spreading infection to people who are not infected, rather than protecting uninfected people from acquiring infection. The typical mask you buy in the drugstore is not really effective in keeping out virus, which is small enough to pass through the material. It might, however, provide some slight benefit in keep out gross droplets if someone coughs or sneezes on you. I do not recommend that you wear a mask, particularly since you are going to a very low risk location. This motherfucker was telling people to mask up outside. Publicly, he was telling people to wear 2 masks at times, double masks. What he's saying here is that, and Homesteader on my show, he made the analogy that it's like telling people to use a chain link fence to keep mosquitoes out of their house. Like it's a joke. It's a joke. So let's go back to Candace Owens again. He ruined millions of lives via depression, bankruptcy, suicide, and this one right here, preyed on children via school, forcing the mask up, all for show, to make a political statement.
Yeah.
So that's step 1, right? Oh, it gets so much worse, Pixels. It gets. And do you want to comment or say anything? I don't want to just hog the mic here, but it just builds on itself as we go.
All I was going to say is, the mask wearing, I think the reason that he was pushing that so much is because if he didn't, not as many people would wear masks, obviously. And then there wouldn't be this societal pressure, right, for everybody to wear masks. And when you see everyone wearing masks, right, it does something to you mentally. It tells you, oh my God, there's this big pandemic going on, right? It pumps the fear up more when you see everyone walking around with masks and it looks like some kind of, horror film about a virus. So that's what I was, going to say, but yeah, go ahead.
All right. So let's go to Matt Gates. In the newly released Fauci emails, Dr. Fauci thanked EcoHealth Alliance President Peter Daszak for his kind note that praised him for downplaying the lab leak theory. EcoHealth Alliance was funded under the NIH to experiment with coronaviruses at the Wuhan lab. So I'm going to just walk you guys through this. And you can look at the email here where Peter Daszak says, as the primary investigator of the R01 grant publicly targeted by Fox News, reporters at the presidential briefing last night, I just wanted to say a personal thank you on behalf of our staff and collaborators for publicly standing up and stating that the scientific evidence supports a natural origin for COVID-19 from a bat to human spillover, not a lab release from the Wuhan Institute of Virology. So he's thanking him for downplaying what looks like is a very true narrative. There's another email where Dr. Fauci is talking about how it does not look like it naturally evolved, that it was manipulated, right? So here he is ignoring that evidence and saying, and being thanked by the people responsible for downplaying it. Oh, and it gets worse. It gets worse.
I don't even know how it could get worse than that.
Peter Daszak was part of the team that was sent by the WHO to investigate the lab that he worked at, manipulating the virus. So he was there doing the gain of function research on the virus, making it giving it the ability to target certain demographics, leaked it from the lab, worked with Fauci to deny it. Then the WHO had an investigation where they had none other than Peter Daszak go and look into it. It lasted all but 3 hours, where they came back and obviously said it wasn't the lab. And it gets even a little bit worse than that. After all that, then you have Mark Zuckerberg reaching out to Dr. Fauci saying, hey, if I have some ideas as to how we can promote your narrative around the virus and silence those who speak out against you.
it's, at this point, Adel, wouldn't you say it'd be fair to classify Anthony Fauci as an enemy combatant to this country?
Domestic terrorist at the very least.
Yeah, because it sounds to me like he was knowingly involved in a biological attack of our country, which was then used to justify changing election law, or not even changing election law, just ignoring election law and stealing an election.
I don't know if he actively participated in the spread, but he did actively participate in the cover-up.
Yeah.
And in the masking, vaccinating, and shutting down of this entire country based on false pretenses, knowingly false pretenses. Are you ready, Pixels, to really get pissed off? Because this last one is going to kick you right in the fucking nuts. Excuse my French.
Let's hear it.
On the topic of hydroxychloroquine, having Alvesco in our emergency kits is a much better option than some avoidably dying because of an overburdened healthcare facility. The other drug I have and have told my family and some friends to get is called hydroxychloroquine.
What a piece of shit Anthony Fauci is.
How many people unnecessarily died because they were refused access? Could you imagine that if this generic, safe, and readily available drug, inexpensive drug, was just agreed to be the solution to this problem? That's it. It would have been over. It would have taken all but a month to end this thing. They hid this. Why? To your point,
they wanted it to continue.
They wanted to remove President Trump from office. This was a biological weapon released by China, propagated by the deep state in this country, meaning pretty much the Democrat Party and most of the Republicans, combined with the mainstream media and big tech to remove a president from office, to change election laws, to perform a coup, essentially run by China, communist China. And well, there you have it. They had all of the answers to this thing early on. They knew that masks didn't work. They knew hydroxychloroquine did. They knew it was from a lab. They knew it all. They lied to you. They manipulated you. They ruined your businesses. They shut down your cities. They masked your children. They vaccinated half the country. They took us to the fucking cleaners, our economy. They've inflated the dollar. They have done so much in the name of COVID. And when you read these emails, it's all nothing. It's a fairy tale, a fabricated bunch of bullshit. I guess
Adel, I am angry, but I don't think I'm as angry as you because I knew these things already, right? This is all stuff that we already knew, but with these emails, I feel like it's now beyond a shadow of a doubt, right? It is complete proof of what we already felt that we knew. In addition to all those things that you just mentioned that they did in the name of COVID, they also stole your vote. All right, everyone watching, they stole your vote. They nullified your voice as an American citizen to choose who governs you.
Yes.
They decided that they knew better than you as far as who's going to run this country. And our vote as an American, that is the most sacred thing we have. Our vote is the reason that for most of our country's history, we have had freedom, right? We have had it's really a blessing when you live in a country where you can choose your own government, right? Mm-hmm. They took that away from you in the name of this bullshit. And they knew it was all bullshit from the beginning. They knew it was all bullshit. And there is something like hydroxychloroquine that could have come and stopped it in a month, like Adel said. And they actively covered that up and demonized the drug so that they could continue with their stupid ass plan to take your country from you. That's what this is.
Kavoto over on Fox News literally said, "It will kill you. It will kill you if you take this."
Cavuto is such a piece of shit. I can't stand that guy.
Where are all of my Fox News apologists out there? I know you're out there. I know every time I shit on Fox News. Oh, but Hannity and Tucker. No, seriously, fuck that.
Hannity, Tucker, Cavuto, and anybody on Fox News, they're all dead to me. Okay, they didn't do enough. They don't give a shit about you. They don't care. They are the flip side of the same fake news coin. They're a bunch of phony morons who will say anything for money. They're prostitutes, essentially. They're not giving up their bodies. They're giving up their integrity for money. That's what they are. And I will say that until the damn cows come home. They're all a bunch of damn liars, and they know it.
Yeah. Someone said, I see you want to blow the F up. Yeah, I do, because this is on the heels, like I said, of a memorial service that I just went to that should have happened over a year ago. This is after seeing half my family be manipulated into jabbing themselves with an experimental vaccine that they didn't need. This is after seeing businesses across the country absolutely destroyed. Is after seeing the dollar, or the buying power of the dollar, go to complete shit. You know, I didn't get a raise this year because of COVID, or last year because of COVID. I think we got a small one this year, but anyway, I missed out on a year of raises in the name of COVID. The money they're paying me is worth probably 10% less. You know, so it's like a constant pay cut. It's just like everything that's done. And to your point, Pixels, the whole thing was done to steal the vote. I mean, that was the entire reason all of this was done, was to steal the vote. But the point is, the point is that, yeah, I am pissed. I am furious. And I did know all of this stuff beyond like before, to Pixels' point. Like, I can understand that it's stuff we already knew. But when you read the emails, when you picture these smug little trolls sitting at their computer, knowing one thing and saying another, actually typing those words out when they just on whatever TV show saying the exact opposite, in the fallout and the damage that's been done to this country and to the people in it because of it, to good people in it because of it. Yeah, I'm going to get up here and I'm going to vent. I'm going to blow off some steam, because there's a lot of dead people. There's a lot of scared people. There's a lot of broke, financially ruined people whose lives will never, ever, ever be the same because of this.
There's a lot of mentally, emotionally ruined people out there.
Yes.
That are now afraid of every single person out there. That look at every other human being like they're a bag of disease. That will scowl at you and reprimand you for daring to show your fucking face in public. This is a mental disease that they have caused in these people. They're traumatized.
Yep.
When you have half the damn country traumatized, that's a crime in and of itself.
Yep. Absolutely.
But we got some Foxhole super chats, some gold pills. So I'm going to say some thank yous. Scorp Brat 05 gifted a can and said, hopefully little by little your computer will be paid for. Well, thank you very much. Yeah, I did finance it because I'm not just going to drop $3,000 all at once. That would be really emotionally painful for me. But guys, every time you send a gold pill or donate over on DLive, that's gonna, indirectly, that's gonna end up helping me out for paying for my computer. So thank you very, very much. That's very thoughtful. I appreciate it. Mighty Patriot said, gifted shades and said it's called treason. Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's treason what these people have done. It is full on treason. When you release, or when you're okay with a biological weapon being released on your own country so that you can perform a coup with China on your own country, that's treason. All right. These people should be tried for treason, and if found guilty, they should be hung. That's the crux of it right there.
Yep. That's
what the penalty for treason is. It's death. All right. And the reason why the penalty for treason is death is because treason is a very, very, very serious crime. All right. And when you start hanging people for committing treason, people are going to think twice about committing treason. That's simple. Criminals do not like consequences. And when it's damn near guaranteed that they'll have consequences for their shit actions, they're going to think twice about doing it. End of. So there's my rant. Thank you guys very much for the gold pills. 123 RMW gifted it jumped on me. Gifted a can and said, evil what? Evil sons of bitches. I need to pause this chat. That's the one thing I don't like about the Foxhole chat is it jumps around on you until you pause it. Gifted a can and said, evil, corrupt monsters need to go to hell. And I'm sure that's exactly where they're headed. Especially and soon, if they are tried for treason, wouldn't that be something? Some justice in this country. Mighty Patriot just donated a ninja kini over on D Live and said, hope this helps a little. Well, thank you very, very much, Mighty Patriot. And yes, that helps a ton. So God bless you. Thank you.
For our prayer
Al
warrior.
Vol just gifted a phone and said, preach, Season Pixels. Well, good. I'm gonna stop preaching so that Adel gets a chance to talk here.
No, you're all good, man. Dem turned red. So I lost my little brother, a patriot, on Monday, and as we speak, my mother lies in the hospital fighting. My anger towards this MFer. Yeah, Dem turned red is beyond measurable. I can only imagine Dem turned red. And I got your email. I read through that. Thank you for that. Yeah, I feel for you, man. I really do. I really do. I don't know all the details and how exactly the bullshit, led to the situation that your family's in. And my heart goes out to you. Like, seriously, I could only imagine losing my little brother. I don't know what I would do. I don't know what I would do. I couldn't handle it. I could not handle it. So if we have prayer warriors out there, if we can just have our prayer warriors mobilize for Dem Turn Red and his family, and even if you're not religious or spiritual, whatever, if you guys could just take a minute and just clear your mind and send some loving thoughts, supportive thoughts towards Dem Turn Red, I would really appreciate. I know they would too, because that's so tough. Like I said, just the thought of anything happening to my sibling makes me want to just freak out. So I don't even know what to say. Dem Turn Red. When you mentioned it last time, I got choked up, and I am here again just because I can't even imagine. So, brother, prayers to you.
Same for me, man. I have no words. I'll be praying for you and your family, and I'm so sorry for your loss. And I can't imagine your anger at this fucking bastard, and everybody that helped him out to do this bullshit to us. I mean, it's there needs to be consequences. And Adel, I know that you're not really the one to believe that there are consequences coming, at least not anytime soon. But let's face it. I mean, these people are full on traitors. They're domestic terrorists. They've done horrible things to our country. They've been doing horrible things to our country. It's just now coming to light. And there needs to be consequences. There needs to be major repercussions to the level that no one would ever dare even think about doing this shit to our country ever again.
My anger
broadcast their executions, put it on pay-per-view, and then take that money and use it to build the rest of the wall, I guess.
Look, I want justice. I do. I would be just as happy as scooping these people up and just throwing them on an island somewhere and just eliminating them and people like them from our society.
Let them have their little communism wet dream on a desert island somewhere.
I don't need a pound of flesh. I don't need to see physical harm done to anybody. It's not.
I need to see justice. That's what I need.
Justice can come in a lot of different forms. And Pixels, I know you're not super religious. I'm not religious either, but I do believe in the overall bigger wheel of karma. I do think that individuals, families, societies, civilizations, all of them collectively have different levels of karma, that whether it's this lifetime or the next. And I do believe in multiple lifetimes, whether it's in this lifetime or the next. I do believe these people will face some level of justice. What that looks like, how that plays out, I don't know. I'm not holding out for anything in this realm or in my lifetime, honestly. But to me, justice is making them irrelevant, taking away their power and influence, and just taking this country back, being a beacon of light of freedom for the rest of the world to strive for. That's the biggest justice there is. These people, they survive on their influence, on their ability to manipulate and control. If we just take that away from them, make them irrelevant, make them useless, that's their personal hell. That is hell for them. That is pain. That is I know it's not. Well, and it's not about cage. It's not about you. It's not about you.
If they committed well, here's the thing, Adel. If they committed treason at a high level, execute the fuck. All right. If they committed some other crime that's not really necessarily treason, but they screwed up our country and caused harm to us, put them in a cage for the rest of their life. All right.
I don't disagree.
I understand. I understand.
I don't need that though.
No, here's the thing, Adel. If they just get to walk or go away, if we just banish them, what does that say to other people who are thinking about doing the same exact things? It says, oh, if I do this, I'm not screwed. I just get banished. I have to go away. That's not enough. The reason there are repercussions, such as prison or the death sentence for really horrible criminals, is because it's a deterrent for other people who may think about doing that in the future. If they know that they are going to be totally screwed if they get caught, they're much less likely to do it. And that's why I want justice. I don't want justice because I'm a vindictive asshole. I want justice because that's the reason for justice.
I agree with everything that you just said. Like, I really do, Pixels. You and I are on the exact same page as far as why justice is needed on some level. And I agree it is. I see it too as look, my ultimate goal is to have the country back. If we get the country back, I can live with whether there's major consequences or not. If we set up this country in a way that just doesn't reward corruption, like right now, is it that there's no consequences for the corruption, or the fact that it's really easy and rewarding to do? I mean, it's both. If you go into government right now looking to be corrupt, you're going to have a way easier time. Like, you'll get along, you'll make the right connections, you'll basically live the life of luxury at the expense of the people, but you will. So who's to say that that's not the draw? It's just that how easy it is. If you make it hard, if you open, like, let's say we take back the country, Pixels, you don't get the justice. Nobody goes to jail. Nobody sees the end of a rope. None of that happens. But these people are taken out of power. The people rise up, they vote them out. Through that, we have new laws that make everything transparent, how our tax dollars are spent, single item bills. Like, the ability to go to government to get rich and be corrupt gets taken away. Like, it's not worth the effort because the loopholes have all been closed. It'd be really difficult to get away with anything. That to me, and I already see people disagreeing, but that to me would be a win, because you would have the country back. And I don't think that if you just all right, let me draw a parallel, right? Let's say hold on, let me think this through real fast. If I have parasites in my body, let's just say that's the deep state, right? That's because I eat unhealthy. And I create an environment in which they can thrive. Right now, this is America. It's an unhealthy body that has an environment that parasites can thrive in. You could simply change the environment. You don't necessarily have to take a drug or have an operation and violently rip the parasites out of your body to take back control of your chemistry again. You could change your behaviors, eat better, exercise, eliminate toxins, and because your body is no longer habitable for parasites, they stop growing, multiplying, and before you know it, you're free of them. You don't have to cut yourself open. You don't have to perform major surgery or put harsh chemicals in your body to fight them. You can just simply start living better and doing the right things, and it'll take care of itself. I think as a country, we don't need the surgery. We're not at that point yet. I think that we can just adjust the way we do things.
I think we are at that. I think we are at that point when our own government is knowingly participating in a biological attack against their own nation in order to collaborate with China to steal an election. We are at that point. And here's the thing, Adel. It's a wonderful analogy and very well thought out, but we're not dealing with parasites here. We're dealing with fucking criminals, okay? And the way you deal with criminals is you punish them.
All right. So you punish the shit out of them, right? You punish.
Yeah, and then anybody who ever thinks about doing that will be scared shitless. They won't even think about it.
Is that right? Is that right? You think these criminals,
unless they're insane.
They are insane. They're sociopaths. We're dealing. See, that's a thing.
But what I'm saying is they have self-preservation in them.
I think
they want to preserve themselves.
I think these people would rather die than become irrelevant. I think they'd rather end up at the end of a rope than just be simply taken out of power. I really believe that. I think to these people, it'd be more torturous existence to be a laughingstock and an irrelevant joke.
So let them be a laughingstock and an irrelevant joke in a cage.
I'm fine. I'm not against that. If that happens, I'd be happy as anybody. See, I think people think I'm going soft because I just don't have this need to see a pound of flesh. I don't see that as a prerequisite for taking our country back. And that's our big, like, you think you need to drive the stake through their heart. You think you need to rip them out and have that kind of violent, visceral reaction to it all. I can see it. I want it. If I could write this script, Pixels, we get that. That is part of all of this. I don't want anyone to misunderstand me and say I'm going against.
I understand. You're saying that it's not entirely necessary, and I just completely disagree with you.
Okay, and that's we could debate that all day. I think that if you fix the vote, and I know I sound like a broken record, but I honestly think that if you just give the people back their voice, you give this a generation, and this country is exactly what we want it to be. The only reason this country is as far off as it is right now is because we don't have fair elections. It's the only reason we're in this situation to begin with, is because we've been gaslit into believing that socialist ideals are more popular than about 1 out of every 10 people in this country. So that's I think the big underlying problem to all of this. The corruption, yeah, there does need to be consequences. There should be consequences, and I don't disagree with that. But I'm not going to sit, because look, here's the way I see it, Pixels. You have the justice, but you don't change anything else. You arrest Obama and Hillary and every big name deep stater. You arrest them all. You hang them all. You do it. They're gone. They're gone. But then people aren't going to be pushing to change the system anymore. They're going to feel like it's been accomplished. They're going to feel like they got everything they needed, and the same system that fostered that bullshit to begin with is still alive and well. They impeached Nixon and nothing changed. Nothing changed. So you'll have your pound of flesh, you'll high five, we'll watch the executions, and we'll feel real fucking good about ourselves. And then our kids will be dealing with the same bullshit because we didn't change anything that matters. I would much rather get at the root of this thing and change the environment that allows this stuff to foster to begin with, and hope that we get the justice eventually because we did that. I am not going to put all my eggs in, chop off their heads and everything will get better. That has never worked in history. That has never worked. You show me one example where that has actually worked.
I can give you an example, but it's not permanent. Nothing ever is, though.
Right.
But I think that the point that you just made was very concise, and I can see the validity of your point there. I think I'd really want both. I'd want the full justice and see these assholes get what they deserve, and I would like to see the people then react to that by rising up and taking back the entire system to ensure that it never happens again. Or that the next time it happens, we're all dead, and it's 500 years in the future at least. Will that happen? Look, I have no idea. I really wish that it would. I'm quite frankly sick and damn tired of just complaining, and red pilling and getting people aware of all of this, only to see all of the countless hours that we spend doing this stuff. Seem to do nothing but So I just want results, and I think that the best thing that we could get is results as far as prison sentences or worse for these people, and like Adel says, taking back the system from the bottom up, completely 100% taking it back and transforming it back into what it was always supposed to be, a constitutional republic, with human rights endowed, in the Constitution. Real quick, I want to say thank you to Uper Viking, who gifted shades and said, "I've been saying these pedos should face the Blood Eagle. After enough of those, I wonder. Prayers up." Yeah, I do that to a few of them. People will be thinking twice about committing treason. That's for damn sure. I feel like that's way out of the realm of possibility, though. We're not going to be blood eagling anybody in America. That's more like 1300 Scandinavia shit right there. Doug in says, gifted a ship and said, "Glad to hear your level-headed insight." Well, thank you very much, Doug in. That's awesome. Yeah, Adel, go ahead. I think you were just getting ready to say something there.
Yeah, and this is like, okay, you mentioned two different paths: justice from the top down, taking the country back from the bottom up. All right,
we can have both, though.
Oh, and I'm not saying we can't. I'm not saying we can't. But if we have to choose one, just one, I'm taking the country from the bottom up. Because taking the country from the bottom up, I see lots of great things happening. I see our taxes being lowered. I see maybe power, the currency being put into the treasury again and having that going back. I see all the major problems eventually being fixed. Taking it bottom up through elections, fixing our voting laws. I see long-term improvements going that way. I don't see how a Hillary, Obama, Fauci, or anyone else getting hung in front of the country makes my life any better. I don't see how that enriches my life in any way.
It doesn't.
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't.
It doesn't. But
it doesn't. It doesn't have any.
It doesn't. But they get what they deserve, and that's here's the thing. If we don't have a country, Adel, listen. If we don't have a country where there's prosecutions for criminals.
Mm-hmm.
If we don't have a country where the law is enforced, and if you break some laws, you get the repercussions for it. If we don't have that system in our country, we don't have a country. We have chaos.
We already don't have a country then.
I know.
Okay.
So I'm saying that what we have to do to restore our country is we have to have repercussions for criminals. We have to restore that and do everything else you're talking about. I'm saying we have to have both.
Yeah, one does that. My point is that by the time that you need to have the bottom up rising before you get to the justice. And by the time the bottom does what it needs to do, we're going to be a generation down the road. And the Obamas, Hillarys, Fauci's, they'll probably be dead of old age by the time we actually have control enough of the system to get that justice. So what I'm saying is, for all of your own mental well-being and perspective, to focus on what will actually improve your lives, what's actually near you and that you can control. Don't worry about, whether or not Obama and his ilk see a rope in your lifetime. Just try to set it up so that your kids can stop the future Obamas from even taking foothold in this country, that can stop the foreign money and influence and propaganda and all that crap from happening. And that's what I'm saying. Did Hillary tell you in a phone call? JK, maybe. I mean, it's like, you guys are so, some of you, not all of you, but some of you are so just narrowly focused on seeing the pound of flesh. Like, it's all you care about is seeing people hurt because you feel like they've wronged you in some way. And yeah, they probably have. But you're focused on, not you Pixels, but a lot of you, I know it. You're focused on the revenge aspect. It's not even about making the country better in any way. You want to see them hurt because you feel like they deserve it. And it's such a toxic mindset to be in. It does nothing for you. It doesn't. And I agree that they do deserve it. I'm not arguing that fact. These people are scum. They're evil. They're traitors. They're murderers. They're rapists. They're pedophiles. There's a whole range of words I can use to describe these people, and they do deserve the worst. Okay, they do. But I'm not going to let that in them live in my head rent free like that and make what happens to them have any effect on the way I see the world or how I live my life or how I perceive my own happiness or how I even perceive the success of this country that I live in.
I think it's important, and I think that it will we will get to a point in this country where people like that do get what they deserve. But we also have to understand the environment in which we currently live, the current situation that we're in. And right now, we're not in any position to be demanding justice. We don't deserve it. We don't. You get what you deserve when it comes to your government. And right now, this country deserves the government that's currently running it. This country is full of sheep, distracted people, sick people, mentally ill people, people that have no idea what's going on. Total sheep for the most part. So that we got what we deserve as a country. We do. And that's all I'm saying. And right now, I'd like to get to a point where we'll at least deserve our voice back. And maybe then we can deserve justice. But we got to take it one step at a time. And I don't think that I'm young enough that I'm going to see justice in my life based on the trajectory we're on. I'm hoping that my kids and their kids will live in a country that justice happens. But right now, where we currently sit, we're a far ways away. So if we're going to just put our measuring stick at justice right now, I have a feeling we're all going to leave this realm very disappointed and feeling very unsatisfied. I'd rather look at it from a perspective of what can I control, what can I accomplish, and what can I feel good about, and just stay in that mindset, because otherwise I'm going to make myself miserable. I'm always going to be looking around and calling the world unfair. And that's exactly what they want. They want you to look at the world as unfair, rigged, and impossible. They want you to think that the game is rigged, so you give up and you go into it with a negative mindset, with a negative perspective on everything, because those negative vibrations that you put out in the world are literally food to the evil entities that drive these fucks. So I'm not going to allow them to have that power over me. I'm not going to allow these people out there that are in control of the Justice Department right now own two brain cells in my head. I'm just not. I see Pennsylvania about to audit their election. I see Arizona finishing up theirs. I see Georgia unsealing ballots. I see Wisconsin changing their voting laws. I'm focused on that. And one day I do think it's going to come, but it's not today. It's not tomorrow. I don't think it's in the next 4 years either. I don't. If the closest we got to justice with 4 years of President Trump and his picks for attorney general and everything else was Kevin Kleinsmith getting a temporary suspension of his bar for faking evidence to frame somebody, to get a spying, to get a FISA warrant to set up a president of the United States for treason, like literal treason, a literal coup attempt. All it got was a slap on the wrist. And you guys are talking about hanging Obama and Fauci and people that are so well entrenched in this, like it's an actual possibility, and like that's got to be our measure for success. I mean, look, I don't want to say you're living in a dream world, but you got to wake the fuck up for a second and just realize where you are and pick your battles a little bit more wisely. That's all I'm saying.
I see what you're saying. And look, I'm not saying that we need to get that now. Would it be nice? Of course it would be nice to get justice now, but it's not going to happen, right? I'm saying that we can't give up on the idea of justice ever happening, right? If it doesn't happen in our lifetime, well, that sucks ass. But we should be leaving this. We should be putting everything we have into making sure that that will happen sometime in the future, right? We can't just give up and say, like you said, Adel, we can't just look at the world like it's rigged and impossible to have justice in our country, because then we will never have it then. So I agree with you, Adel. There's other things that we can be doing right now, like taking back our country from the bottom up, but we can't lose. We can do both. As far as when it happens, though, that's a completely another conversation. But we shouldn't give up on the idea of justice ever happening in this country, because then we'd be totally screwed. Real quick, I want to say two thank yous really fast, because they're
100% agree though. We should never give up on justice. We should never give up. I'm just saying, look who the attorney general is right now. It's not happening. Good. That's all. I just look at who's in charge of the Justice Department and then tell me that I should be demanding justice right now, as if I'm not wasting my breath and my time and my energy. It's a joke.
Oh, 100%. 100%. Merrick Garland is not going to do a damn thing for us. Not one thing. Dale Bercier gifted shades and said, "Vengeance is mine, saith the Lord. God wins." Yes, and that's really what it is. The vengeance is all for God, right? When we can have some righteous indignation with him. And Uper Viking gifted the can and said, "Nail it, Adel. So glad there's a platform where we can debate this." Yeah, can you imagine if we tried debating this on YouTube? Are we even on YouTube right now? We probably are, but I wouldn't be surprised if we're not there for much longer, because we were just talking about the law being enforced in this country. Who oh no, can't talk about that. Yeah, so Adel, I think this is a fantastic debate. I was looking forward to a debate last week, because last week I feel like we kind of just agreed with everything. So I'm glad we got to have a debate today. Is there anything else going on out there other than the Fauci emails, or is that the one big thing, or is there anything you wanted to mention?
That's the biggest thing. Like, that's the earth-shattering thing that's going to red pill people. But I want to play this too. This is Boris Epstein today on the War Room, and this will get you fired up.
Audio.
I'm pretty good at this on my show now. It's always now on this show that I forget to do it. There we go.
I'm sure you loved Steve Bannon's rant. You can't handle the truth. So to Rachel and her producers, and to all of the liberal haters and the MAGA patriots, hear me loud and clear. The freight train of audits is traveling across the country. It is full speed across the country. It started in Arizona. It's now heading to Pennsylvania. In Georgia, I'm hearing there are hundreds of signatures for a petition led by Vernon Jones to call on Brian Kemp, the Georgia governor, to institute a full forensic audit, the same type that's done in Arizona, full forensic audit in Georgia, Arizona, Pennsylvania, Georgia, Michigan, New Hampshire, Wisconsin. Let's not forget that Arizona is likely one of the less messy states, as we've talked about on the show, as Peter Navarro has said, as Mayor Giuliani has talked about. If you look at what happened in Georgia and Pennsylvania, that is a total disaster at a huge magnitude. Arizona is a disaster at a lesser magnitude. And look at everything that's being found. Wrong number of ballots and boxes and batches. Missing, replaced, removed, whatever you call it, databases. A total mess in Arizona is just a fraction of what's going to be found in Pennsylvania and Michigan. And to all of those on CNN, MSNBC, who are absolutely obsessed with the story, here's my message. You're right. You should be obsessed with the story, because this is the biggest political earthquake in the history of the United States of America. An election that was likely stolen, an election that is being reviewed and audited as we speak. And if you were so confident that it was all completely on the up and up, why would you be going crazy? We know why, because you know what we know, that there was widespread election fraud, and the freight train of audits is turning it up.
Love it. Freight train of audits on the way, and they're freaking out about it. So I'll just kind of run through a few things here, because we got 5 minutes left. So I'll just run through a few things on that. So they are probably going to be finished up by the end of next week with the ballots in Arizona. They are down to 15 pallets of ballots to analyze, down from 28 total just 1 week ago. So you got, 8 more or 7 more days if they're just working weekdays. If I do the math, if they're going at that, and they added a third shift too. So they really should be done by the end of next week, which is exciting. Not as exciting as this, though. The Pennsylvania legislative delegation is currently meeting with members of the Arizona legislature to discuss election integrity in the United States. The Pennsylvania legislatures want to replicate this audit in Pennsylvania. And I said this earlier, and I'll say it again. Pennsylvania is as red as any other state in this country. I truly believe that. Pennsylvania had President Trump up by not far off from 1 million votes before he went to bed on November 3rd. They had to do ridiculous amounts of cheating to steal Pennsylvania. If they audit this state, it will be breathtaking. It'll make the Arizona audit look like nothing if they are to do a full audit in Pennsylvania. Hell, forget the whole state. Just go into Allegheny County and whatever fucked up county that Philadelphia is in, and just audit those 2 counties. And I promise you, you will find upwards of 750,000 invalid ballots easily. So that's really exciting there. And then just one final thing, Wisconsin lawmakers advanced bill to stop election workers from fixing mistakes on ballots. So they had people without contacting the voter or just assuming what they meant to do. And you could just imagine the fun that they had with that. So that's now illegal. They have to have the voter and a witness fix the ballot. So loopholes continue to be closed. And we're just at the start. We haven't seen the results of any of these ballots yet, or any of these audits. Imagine the legislation that's going to be passed when everything's exposed. I'm very, very excited about what's to come.
Yeah, that's kick ass, man. Thanks for those updates. Real quick, before we end the show here, I want to make an announcement. 5x5. It's going to be a special day tomorrow, and tomorrow only. So if you want to catch this, tomorrow's the only day that you're going to be able to watch this. It's going to be 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time with Laura and Casey, which is I believe that's Nature Ninja, right, Adel?
Yes, it is. That's my lovely girlfriend.
Awesome. So Laura and Casey are going to be interviewing, it looks like, Alex Newman and his presentation on transformational education. They're going to be streaming that. And then for the second half, Michelle Lentz, the co-founder and CEO of the Child Protection League, will be joining for the second half to answer questions. So this is tomorrow night only, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. You will not be able to watch it back, replay it if you miss it. The broadcast will be removed after the live stream. So if that's something you're interested in, please come and hang out 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time tomorrow. Other than that, guys, thank you for being so supportive today with the gold pill system and with the lemon system over on DLive. If I missed some of you, I'm sorry. We were having some great debates. He Cute donated a diamond and said, "Good stuff, lads." So very good. Thank you, He Cute over there on DLive. So if there's any of you over on DLive who have not tried Foxhole yet or checked it out, I would really recommend that you make an account on pilled.net. Log into Foxhole with that and tinker around with Foxhole, because it's starting to really become an amazing platform as they work out the kinks. And they obviously they just got the monetization system working on there, and it's absolutely fantastic. So once again, I want to say thank you to all the developers who were involved, and Methods, who I'm sure had a whole lot to do with how the gold pill system works and what it looks like and all that, all the brainstorming involved with everything. So guys, you're amazing. Thank you for giving us a home where we won't be just kicked off for speaking the truth. How dare us speak the truth? So guys, Foxhole and Pill.net, you guys are amazing, and everyone watching and supporting us today, we love you. We do this for you guys and for our country, and we hope you had an amazing Memorial Day weekend, and God bless all of the men and women in uniform out there, whether you're a police officer, whether you're a veteran, whether you're a firefighter, whether you're a first responder. We appreciate you, and we love you very much. Greg 1958S says keep it up, and he gifted shade. So hey, thank you very, very much, Greg. Adel, anything to say before we go ahead and end the stream here?
Yeah, just echo your thoughts on the Foxhole. Huge thank you to the Mats and just everyone involved. Having a place that we could, again, just feel confident that we could set up shop and not have it pulled out from under us. I can't tell you how amazing that is. I mean, after YouTube, DLive, PayPal, and just kicked off everywhere, to just have somewhere that I know that people will use it, and we can just do this. It's amazing. So that's fantastic. I just want to reiterate one last time. I 100% agree with Pixels that justice is very important and should happen, and we should never give up on it. So I do agree with him on 99% of what he's saying. So I don't want people to think that I don't care about justice anymore based on the conversation today. That's not the case. Go back and listen very carefully to what I'm saying. You'll see.
Oh, yeah.
And
there'd be nobody happier if we got justice back in this country than Adel, because he is a major patriot. He loves his country. So
yeah, and don't let anything distract you from these audits. They're going to start throwing lots of shit against the wall. You're going to see aliens. You're going to see all kind of shit. Just
I honestly I can't wait for
ball.
their alien hoax, man. I'd love to see how advanced they've gotten with Project Bluebeam. You know.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. It's coming. So just eye on the ball. And thank you, Pixels. Always a great conversation. Soko, if you're out there listening, appreciate all you do as always. And tune in tomorrow at 4 p.m. Eastern time. I'll be on with Dilly and Frank for Taking It Back. That'll be a lot of fun on We the People Insider. So that's all for me. Thanks, everybody. Have a great rest of your Wednesday night.
Very good. One more thank you to say before we shut her down for tonight. Mighty Patriot gifted the can and said, thank you. Great show and great chat. Well, thank you, Mighty Patriot. We love you and we love all of you out there. Much love, everyone. And we will see you again next week, Wednesday, 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for the next edition of The New Guard. And hopefully we'll have some more audit news to go through next week. I'm looking forward to it. Also, quick announcement that I want to make. I did get a new computer, but the whole reason I got a new computer was because I no longer have to pitch in for the installation of cable internet here in the sticks. I'm super, super, super excited about that because that means I will be able to stream whenever I want. So you're going to be seeing a whole lot more of me over on my channel on Foxhole and DLive. I'm going to be doing gaming, 3D modeling, bunch of other stuff, just a bunch of fun stuff over there. I won't be doing news on my own channel. That's for me and Adel to go ahead and do every week here. So guys, much love. Thank you so much. And we will see you next Wednesday. And of course, I forgot, as always, to type in /outro. Here we go, everyone. See you later.